friend. I'm from Oyala, so that colors it.
Let him talk, I beg, Rudolph.
All right, one man. Ayo says you should.
All right. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, Rudolph, for having me. I only really came on really because of Franklyne, who I'm hopeful to address, and I hope I have the space to address him. And I want to ask you a question, Franklyne, and I want you to address it. So I don't want to hear what Voltaire has to say. I don't want to hear what Jürgen Habermas or I'm asking you. You've already set the backdrop with all of the books you've used to line your backstage, so we know what you're projecting. So I'm asking you frontally, not Achebe, not Voltaire, not Confucius, you. So I'm painting you a scenario, because really what's led us to this space is a guy called Chinedu Rosevivor, and I only call him Chinedu Rosevivor because that was on his campaign poster when he wanted to be senator just as early as 2019. Anybody can Google it, you'll see it's all over the internet. So this conversation really comes into play because a guy called Chinedu Rosevivor, who cannot speak a lick of the Yoruba language, he is aspiring to be the governor of Lagos State. And that doesn't sit with the culture. It does not sit with the culture. Whether the rights and wrongs of it, we are Yoruba people and we're of a particular way, and it does not sit with the culture. The Nigerian constitution, whatever, it does not sit with the culture. That a person that cannot speak an ounce, a lick of the Yoruba word, but fluent, by the way, in Anambra dialect of Igbo, so it does not sit with the culture. So it does not sit with the culture. And all of this pushback now that Lagos is no man's land, it's a narrative that comes from your quarters, and we have heard it endlessly, and we have heard it enough. So I think people conflate the Yoruba mild-mannered Omoluabi way as a form of weakness. And the biggest fool alive is the person that conflates the Yoruba mild-mannered ways, because we are. I don't know if you know why we call ourselves Omoluabis. That's a civilized person. The Yoruba language is too nuanced to translate directly into English, but the sum total of the Omoluabi philosophy that underpins the Yoruba ideology is a civilized person. So don't conflate that civilized manner as weakness and then come into our space. We accommodate you. We give you the fat of the land to live fat, and then you tell us that our land is no man's land. Lagos is Yoruba land, though. It has an Oba who sits on a throne. Lagos is Yoruba land, so there has to be clarity on that. But the question I really wanted to ask you, frankly, and like I said, I'm not asking Confucius or whoever, I'm asking you. So please don't philosophize and no straw man. So don't give me any straw man narrative. If an Igbo man called Muyiwa or Kafo wants to be the governor of your home state, wherever it is within that region, does not speak a word of Igbo, has all of his leanings and affiliations are is maternally Yoruba, paternally Igbo, Muyiwa or Kafo, who wants to be the governor of whichever state in the east, knowing, as we all know, how insular and clannish that region is. Will he even get to the first step to buy a form? So that is to you, Franklyne.
My brother, I will really push back, because the questions you just bundle up a lot of overgeneralizations that are quite untenable, and then push them as a question. If you're asking me a question, you should have to come at me like an intelligent man, because that question, at the tail end of it, it sounded less intelligent than I expected from you.
Well, yeah, address it nevertheless.
Listen, I gave you time to talk. Allow me to now address your question, because it's so very unnerving and annoying to address me this way. I am not a guy that you will just, so you can address the people so very clannish and insular. You know how insulting that is. That's the most stupid thing I've heard.
Is that not the general perception of the region? Is that not how people say that region?
I will choose, allow me to talk. I will choose not to answer your question. I can do that. You don't call a people. I spent a whole part of 4 hours here trying to make people realize how dangerous it is when you use certain words. And then you sat there to call my people, knowing how insular and clannish. What can be more stupid? What impudence? You stood before me to tell me that kind of rubbish, and you want me to take it lying low with you. What kind of nonsense is that? Is it because that we sit down and talk like Nigerians? I've been the guy, I've been an apostle of peace. And then you dare address me this way. You dare not do that with me. I am too intelligent for that. And then you are telling me to abjure myself, not to philosophize. Did you pay my school fees? You ask me a question, you tell me how to answer it. What impudence. Nigerians, you guys have a lot of effrontery on you. You don't do that kind of nonsense. At this age and level, before the whole world, you are addressing a man like me in such a manner. I have been respectful with everybody here today, but you dare not do that before me, or else I will wash you down, because I know I can do that. I'm capable of doing that.
well, you
yeah, you asked me a question, and then
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We have back-to-back 90 Minutes Africa, and so that's why we are starting late. But thank you for joining us. We are now going to bring our guest. Most of you know him. He's been here several times. He's, I think, #1 guest we have on this show. And everybody's looking forward to having him, and I know he will deliver again today. We welcome Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh on the show. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. It's been quite an age.
I know. We miss you, and there was a time we wanted to bring you on, and certain things didn't work out. But thank you so much for being here. The world has changed. In fact, it looks like every week the world will go in a direction that we think, oh, this might be the end. So it's nice to have you. We're going to break down everything going on around the world, and we are going to start where? Where do you want to start? Gaza. Let's start because no, you know what? No, leave Gaza, because I know our people. Let me start with what happened last week in China. 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, and there was this important meeting that happened in China, where the Chinese president had the Russian president Putin with the North Korean president. They came together. They displayed their weapons, and they talked about a new world order. What is it that they are looking for?
Well, everything. Thank you, Rudolph, for having me once more. But everything points to the fact that the Western liberal democracies are being perceived as failures by much of the rest of the world. The global South, China, Russia, countries like Iran, all these countries are coming together to protest what has been an American hegemonic agenda that, encompasses Western Europe, what we used to know as the West. So they are feeling, and rightly so, that this world order has collapsed. Actually, you wanted to evade Gaza. We are witnessing a genocide in real time, being financed by the entire Western world. So every other country feels that, hey, after Gaza, after the Palestinians, who is next? And we are witnessing a war, between NATO and Russia. The Russian Federation is a proxy war. Everybody knows that. So these two boiling points on the globe at the moment has made quite a lot of governments unsure of where American leadership is going with the present trend. So they are uniting, to oppose that kind of world order. And China is telling the whole world in unmistakable terms, we have arrived. China is the leading economy in the world today. Forget what every other person is telling you. Anybody in the know knows that. China is the workshop of the world. They are producing every other person in everything. I read my friend, Professor Berogi, the other day. He made an allusion to a Nigerian as a Temu lawyer. Temu seems to be a Chinese equivalent to Amazon. And for Nigerians, it reflects something that is inferior. I don't see it as inferior. I see it as every other thing that China has been producing and giving to Western companies to sell. Now they have stripped these products of their brand names, and then they're selling it directly to the public. So we used to quarrel with Chinese quality. Today, nobody's quarreling with that anymore. China has actually arrived, and the world is going multipolar. And I believe that a multipolar world is in the best interest of everybody. Healthy competition is equally good for every other person. So what the Chinese are saying is that you dare not mess with us. And I can see in years to come that China is going to stake a serious claim to Taiwan as its territory, which will come in direct opposition to what the United States has been having as a policy all this while. So it's not uhuru at the present moment for the rest of the world. There is going to be serious conflict. Sometimes I look back and I feel like we're in the 1920s. This was how the Second World War started. Germany was making staking claims to Sudetenland in Czech Republic, and staking claims that they have a right to stop paying reparations to the Allied forces. And they started rearming. China is rearming today. Russia is already in a war situation. And Russia is out producing the West in artillery, in every index that makes a country win a war. So I don't see peace coming in the next 30 years, except we have cooler heads who are going to prevail on the Western government. First of all, to stop funding and supporting the genocide in Gaza at the moment. And secondly, there must be an accounting of what happened in Gaza. And they are doing everything to collapse the United Nations. You could see Marco Rubio, trying to deny the Palestinian delegation visas to come to the General Assembly of the United Nations, which is basically against the Charter of the United Nations. So I don't see the way the world is going. China is preparing for that day when America will make a claim to support Taiwan, and the Russians are aligning with China. Since Western Europe says we're not going to buy Russian gas anymore, the Chinese are doing that. China is a great market for that. Okay, and India is buying Chinese gas and selling that through the back door to Europe. So it's like the Europeans have cut off their noses to spite their faces. A lot of things are happening, but we are just watching the whole situation as it unfolds.
All right, but there's something that happened. A reaction from Trump surprised me. He sent out a tweet where he said that China was conspiring against the United States with Putin. Was he playing, or was there a time that China was playing on the same side with America? What is Trump trying to say?
Sometimes when I read the tweets coming from President Donald Trump, it sounds like the tantrums of an unruly child. I am sorry to say that that's what it sounds like. It's not diplomatic at all. That's not diplomatic language. Countries, fight for their interests. The United States has been conspiring against many other states. The United States is conspiring against Russia in the Ukraine with the European Union. Everybody knew that. That was what Biden did. They refused to talk to the Russians. Even the Russians were making their security concerns, known to the Americans and to the European side. Angela Merkel came to the television to say, we never had any intention of implementing the Minsk Accords. We were just using it to make sure that Ukraine buys time to confront Russia. What is that? Isn't that a conspiracy? So you led the Russians on, but you were conspiring to fight them in a war. So now the United States, through Trump, is complaining that people are conspiring against them. Well, it's like, there's this adage in Igbo that says that somebody who kills with a machete doesn't let anybody get behind him with a machete. That sounds like what is happening here. The Chinese are going after their interest. Their interest is they need Russian gas to sustain the economy. And so they have to go to the people that have the products they require to, sustain such a very huge economy that is supplying the rest of the world with products and innovation today. The Chinese are way, like I have to make everyone realize the Chinese are way, 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 way ahead of what the West is being able to show today. Look at the electric cars. They are the leading producers of electric cars that are more intelligent than what Tesla is producing. I am not downplaying Tesla or advertising for the Chinese, but if you look at the facts, this is what is happening. Okay, Europe started an ecological revolution, and the Chinese seem to have taken it over, and they have gone far with it. They are running with it in solar energy, in wind energy, in renewables. China is leading, and the Europe and the America that started this as pioneers are now lagging far behind. So, what could be the reason for that? I used to tell people used to say democracy is the best system of government. I call that a dogma because it's not true. It is not true. Western democracies have shown us that they are capable of committing genocide. While China, that is not a democracy in the sense that we have come to know it, has been able to enact a miracle that not even no democracy, no system of government has been able to do. Pull 700 million people out of poverty within 30 years. That's what the Chinese Communist Party did. 700 million people. China used to be reckoned as a third world country, but nobody can do that anymore today. The fastest trains are running in China. Renewable technology, Chinese are leading. They have started producing their own planes and they're producing their own weapons today. So I don't think that China is an actor that could be looked down upon. Those guys have arrived. And this is where Africans should take a leaf from. Africa is a continent of over 1 billion people. Although I see Africa's destiny was hijacked. But in spite of that, Africans should go back to the drawing board and ask themselves serious questions. What have we been doing? China has taken over tomorrow. We're still praying in our churches. Praying. Chinese are working hard every day. But prayer is the master key for us. But it has not solved a single problem in that continent. We are still the majority of hungry people on the surface of the earth today are Africans. We don't have food security. We don't have political security. Nothing is secure across the continent. Okay, so we allow external actors to come into the continent, finance wars, coups, and all whatnot, and get away with it because we didn't do our homework very well. So Africans should take a leaf and borrow serious leaves from the Chinese.
We'll get into several issues, but let me get your view on this president of Brazil,
Lula Silva.
Yes, he recently, of course, Trump imposed 50% tariff on Brazil, and this is what he said. He said that if the United States doesn't want to buy from us, we will find new partners. The world is big and is eager to do business with Brazil. But we don't see this in most places. Most countries, they come down and beg Trump and try to, like some European countries, like Britain, for instance. Do you think that there is a shift in world order and that it will be more apparent as we go on in these few years?
Hey, no. It's already apparent. The shift is seismic, okay? It's huge. China is doing business with every other person in the world today. China is doing business with the Brazilians. The Brazilians are going to be exporting their coffee to China to make up for the shortfall in what the Americans have been, importing due to Trump's imposition of tariffs. Everybody is doing business with China. And when Trump, released that tweet that they seem to be conspiring, no, these guys are signing deals, trillions of dollars worth of deals. That was what happened in Beijing on the sidelines of this military parade. India, the powers that have arrived, that have nuclear weapons, that have the population, are not even listening again anymore to what Europe and America are saying. They are going ahead, promoting their national interests, signing deals with those who are ready to do business with them. So America is just behaving like ancient Rome at its late stages of decadence, okay, screaming that they don't want to do anything with us. No, why are you imposing all these tariffs that Americans are going to pay anyway on goods coming to the United States? And this shows you one thing. The liberal market policies that they imposed on the African continent, they asked Africans to throw open our markets, no protectionism, no tariffs. By the World Trade Organization being headed by our sister, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Okay, so we threw up our markets. African markets became a dumping ground for the flotsams and jetsam of the rest of the world. But look at Trump protecting the American economy. And this is what the West has always been. They have been protectionist. They have been protecting the economies. How much does Africa export to the West? Go through the process and find out. So these are the issues, and these are the unjust and unfair and unequal practices that the powerful countries, take up upon themselves. Nobody will do anything to them, and then we suffer what we must, and the powerful ones gain what they must. So that's the way it has been. But today, like Lula said, the Brazilians are not looking up. Brazil is a part of BRICS. South Africa is a part of BRICS. India. So that means how many people do we have in Europe and America? Europe and America matched together is 450 million people. China alone is 1.5 billion people. India let Brazil join that group, or even South Africa, or the African countries that are aspiring to that. Iran too. So you see, these guys that they have just pushed themselves on the offside position, the West actually. And the balance of power has actually tilted.
There was this story that Modi of India is now taking Trump's call. Trump has called. I saw that in Indian newspaper. I don't know if it's true, but they wrote it that Trump called 3 times. He didn't pick his call. So at what point do you think that it will become clear to Americans that there is a change in the world alignment and structure of power?
Is it not clear already to you guys over there?
An American politician just called the Indians peasants recently, just a few days ago, a few months ago.
Yeah, like I said, the American politicians are behaving like Roman senators at the late stages of the decadence and the fall of Rome. That's what they're doing. They feel that every other person is inferior. Rome called every other person barbarians, even when they were still in grains from Egypt. Egypt was their grain basket, but everybody was a barbarian. Okay, so that was what they labeled everybody as. Anybody who doesn't fall into this Euro-American, construct of a human person is a peasant or a barbarian, or but that's what civilizations that are expiring do. Okay, they are kicking and flailing at every other person. The Chinese are not minding that. The Indians are not minding that. I watched Indian foreign minister on television, on Austrian television. He was answering questions. The moderator asked him, "Why do you guys keep buying Russian oil and helping to break the embargo imposed by the West on Russia?" Jayakasanka, or whatever his name, told this moderator, India is a country of over 1 billion people, and they have a right to follow their own foreign policy. And this reflects what Mandela told Americans when he came to the US. He said, "Your enemies are not our enemies." That's the mistake politicians make. Okay, so if it is not clear to you guys yet, the only thing any honest American economist will tell you, the only thing sustaining the United States today is the dollar, that many countries are still using the dollar. The day the BRICS countries come up with a currency that could rival the dollar to make their own payments among each other, then you will see the Americans will have to buy a piece of bread with trailer loads of dollars, just like it's happened here in Germany after the 1929 stock market crash.
Okay, let's go to the UK, near where you are. I was surprised I read today that wearing a pro-Palestinian t-shirt is considered a terrorist act. What is happening in the United Kingdom?
Well, a lot of things. There's this organization that is, speaking out for the Palestinian people. That was the British government banned it, and this is what made me realize that Western liberal democracies are not what they claim to be, because once there is a conflict between the people and the establishment loses its sense of democracy and then goes all in with the police, with the army. It's just like if you've read George Orwell's Animal Farm, okay, you see Napoleon. Napoleon took the dogs, trained them to go after his enemies. So Napoleon, when he became the establishment, anybody that raises his voice against the policies of the establishment is beaten by the dogs. And the dogs today seems to be the police. And the whole structure of the Western establishment is not only in the United Kingdom. Police are seen beating people. I think it's time that Africans send peacekeeping operations and then send to these countries, okay? Because they're not democracies anymore. You will be beating people for protesting. the right to freedom of speech and peaceful assembly is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But all these countries, Germany, the United Kingdom, even the United States, you see what they did to the university students across the campuses in the United States. Police beating up protesters. Anyway, America has a long tradition. They send dogs to bite civil rights protesters and killed a lot of them. So, this is what I don't, when people talk about democracy, as a student of history, I have another view. Okay, I have another view. It's just, it's not what they claim that it is. So in the United Kingdom now, speaking out against genocide is considered a crime. In which world are we living? This is the question you have to ask yourself. In which world are we living that today speaking out against genocide is considered a criminal offense? Whereas those financing the genocide and profiting from it, it's not only United Kingdom. Look at Trump, who he banned people like they're trying to destroy the special prosecutor of the International Court of Justice, because he issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Okay, so and all the Western countries are supporting it. But these are the guys that raise their voices. If Russia did half of the things that Netanyahu is doing in Gaza, we will not. The decibels will be so high that we will not hear ourselves. So that we can see that. So, and the mistake that they make is that we are in another time where young people are seeing all this on their cell phones, and they don't have a monopoly of the media anymore. Young people are now seeing in real time the genocide that is unfolding before our very eyes. And those people pretending to be our leaders are in full cahoots and supporting an elimination of a people. Genocide is the crime of crimes. For this reason, the world in Nuremberg, after the Second World War, sentenced Nazi henchmen to hang. But we are supporting it. And then you could see even religious figures are supporting the elimination of a people. And then we claim that we are human beings. When Hannah Arendt, this great Jewish philosopher, wrote about the banality of evil, I thought that she didn't quite touch that thing very well. She thought that it's only about officials who believe they are doing. No, government top officials are now actively, they're not just doing it as a matter of course, they are actively complicit in genocide. Major foreign Western companies are complicit and profiting of the murder and slaughter of a people. These are the things that it's unforgivable. I don't know how history is going to judge our generation. And we all are keeping quiet as if nothing is happening. Something is actually happening. And this is what McCurtis in his book called On People. The Western establishment considers the rest of the world as on people, that we're not people. They could do with us whatever they want. And they have, it started in Kenya. The Germans committed genocide against the Hereros in Namibia. And even today, they still refuse to pay reparations. Okay? And then telling them off in the most racist manner. If a Namibian raises question about that, he's dismissed as, what is this African talking about? The British built the first concentration camps in Kenya against the Mau Mau. You came to a people, occupied them, killed them. And when they protest, you call them terrorists. So this word terrorism has always been used by the establishment, colonial and imperial establishment, to label the people that are protesting the invasion of their lands in order to simplify their murder. That's what it has always been. History has shown that. And tomorrow they will come and tell us that democracy is the best system of government. Anyway, William Bloom, the American author, told us that America's greatest export, deadliest export, is not even weapons, it's democracy. America has murdered more people in the name of democracy than every other country put together. I am not the one saying that. American authors are the ones giving us the evidence to that. The classified American documents or the classified British government document. The British government is running surveillance flight for the Israeli army that is presently committing genocide in Gaza. If you listen to Corbyn's tribunal that is going on at the moment, you will see people testifying to that. And we as tomorrow, these are the same people that will come to lecture Africans about human rights.
You know, why, when I discuss these issues, I always think about it from the perspective of Africans who are involved in the conversation. And you hear them say things that sometimes I feel like maybe they don't have background information. So what do you make of African politicians, African regular people who are supporting what's going on in Gaza? And think
anybody who is supporting a genocide is a moral imbecile. Anybody who supports a genocide is a moral imbecile. You can quote me anywhere. I have nothing to say to such a person. Nothing justifies a genocide. Nothing. They will tell you, release the hostages and genocide will stop. And then I am thinking, are these people sane at all? Nothing justifies a genocide. Nothing. In fact, there's nothing to say about it anymore. Anybody who tells you that something will justify that if Hamas committed a crime, that is a justification to attempt to wipe the Palestinian people out of the face of the earth, that person is a moral imbecile. Anybody supporting it is a moral imbecile. I have this. Look at it. Eichmann was tried in Jerusalem when he was caught in Argentina by Israeli agents. Go and read the transcripts of his trial in Jerusalem. Eichmann said, I was doing my job. I was doing my duty. But that's not a justification for the crime of genocide. That's the crime of crimes. So anybody who sits on the sidelines, my favorite historian, Howard Zinn, said you cannot be neutral on a moving train. Anybody who is neutral, even Desmond Tutu said it, if you are neutral, your neutrality doesn't help the oppressed. It favors the oppressor. If you keep quiet, if your education doesn't, John Dewey said it, if your education doesn't empower you to speak against injustice, your education is in vain.
Now, there are Jewish people in America and around the world who are against what's going on. And
of course, yes.
And when you listen to them, they say that their disappointment is that after what they went through,
yes,
during before the Second World War, what happened in Germany, that in all of Europe, really, that to see their own people doing this to other people, they are horrified. Why is it that it doesn't get across to some Africans who look at this and still think that, especially when it could be used against you by a different...
Yes, of course. You know, there was a book written by one author, that Palestine is a laboratory where they are trying and testing out all weapons that they are, and that's true. If you read that book, your eyes will open. Well, I have to tell you something, not only Africans, a lot of Western Europeans and Americans are not even aware of what is happening out there. You know why? Billions of dollars are being spent on propaganda to make sure that this message doesn't get across to the people. Okay? Thanks to the social media today, even the major social media companies, Facebook and all the rest of them, they are removing Palestinian content. You know, if there are studies that have, even in Germany and in England, there are studies that have shown that the BBC is biased against Palestinian content. The New York Times too. Sometimes I see the New York Times as a vuvuzela for genocide. It has never seen a war or a genocide that it doesn't support. So the major Western medias that our people consume are complicit in this genocide because they are parts of the Western establishment. So that may be one of the reasons why our people are not well informed actually about what is happening. Some of us have religious affiliations with Israel because their Bible, they see Israel as the kingdom of God. Okay, but these people never anyway, many of them they have not actually read the Bible. The Bible represents one of the most genocidal books ever written. Any psychosocial analysis of the Bible shows you know, you read so many sociopathological things. Abraham, for example, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism calls him the father of faith. And this guy rose up one morning and said he heard voices that God told him to go and slaughter his son. Nobody asked about Isaac's perspective on that thing. And this is the sociopathology that has been taught our people as word of God. And our people are believing that. Okay? Anyway, what should I tell people that believe that a donkey speaks? So I don't know.
All right. I really I want us to get to Nigeria and Africa, but before we do that, next year America will celebrate 250th anniversary as an independent nation. Can you put on your thinking hat and tell us how you think the United States will look like in another 250 years?
Well, it depends on who on the crop of leaders they elect. Leadership is everything. If Trump is still in power, like he is essaying assiduously to make himself a dictator, these are the signs that I'm seeing. He has renamed your Pentagon, anyway, to its rightful name, as the war. What's it called again?
War Department. So
War Department, yeah, because but the Pentagon, what is his job? Is to make war across the face of the earth since 1945. Okay, so Trump it sounds like that bad child in every family in Africa that will come to you and say and tells you, if you say come and eat, they say no, my mom told me not to eat in your house. That's Trump sounds like that most times. So the issue is, I don't know what America is going to look like. America is a great country. One has to give that country that. But you have to know, where did America start? America started in genocide, was built up with slave labor, enslaved Africans. So these are centuries of injustice trying to be remedied. And those people who are now the descendants of the people who committed these atrocities, I don't know. They should actually try to take a very sound look at that country and what a force of good that country could be for the rest of us, the rest of humanity. But at the moment, reading anybody in the know knows that. For example, I will give you there's a great book written by Susanna Williams. This book is called White Malice. As the British colonial masters were being forced out of Africa due to the agitation of our independence fighters. Britain has already lost its empire because it wasted its resources fighting Hitler during the Second World War and overextending itself, and became heavily indebted to the United States. So its colonies, it could no longer sustain its colonies. It doesn't have the manpower or the money, and it could not effectively stealing from these colonies is not tenable anymore, because India has already gotten independence in 1948. So the African colonies, they could not manage anymore. So what happened? The CIA and the American State Department went in and started a recolonization project of African countries. And this was what led, you really need to read this book by Susan Williams called White Malice. Okay, and that was what led to the death of Lumumba in Congo. That was what led to the ousting of Nkrumah in Ghana. And they established, a chain of command to oversee Africa for American exploitation. And that's what has been happening here today. So if some people are going around with the rumor that Tinubu happens to be a CIA agent, you have to take such things seriously. It may be a rumor, but that's why in one of my writings, I called most of the guys ruling Africa as imperial auxiliaries. They are just like imperial warrant chiefs. They are appointed in Washington or Whitehall or any of these countries that the five big eyes nominated to take charge of a part of Africa. So these are the ones that actually nominate who gets to rule a country in Africa. And this is why, before anybody assumes Nigeria's presidency, he has to go to Chatham House. Chatham House is a policy think tank of the British establishment. Instead of talking to Nigerians, he goes to Chatham House to tell his British handlers what he's going to do once he's elected. Do for who? Is he running for the president of the United Kingdom or the president of Nigeria? Some of them don't even appear for debate on Nigerian television. But they have to obligatorily get to Chatham House to sing the songs of the British establishment. So, that's where Africa is at the moment. So most of the things that is happening around us And that's why we're not even developing, because they tell you what to do. If you don't do that, you are outside in the next coup.
I will play this video, and when I come back, I want you to talk about, you mentioned the Roman Empire and how it collapsed. And you think that, and most people, not just you, most people think that America is going through that process. And I want you to watch this small clip, and then you can tell us about the similarities, if you see any. Let's look at this. Oh, sorry. Okay, this is the video. I think it should have an audio. So there's no audio. I think I got the wrong one. But what is happening here is senator representing California, senator in Washington, is being arrested because he went to a place where secretary of, I think the person in charge of ICE was speaking, and they just didn't want him there, and they took him out. The FBI, not the police, arrested him, a senator. That was when I started thinking that, what is going on here is more serious than most people think. If a senator cannot stand up and ask a question, where a government official, in his own, this is his own senatorial zone, government official is proposing a policy, talking to people, and he wanted to ask a question, and he was arrested.
We are seeing in America what happens in most third world, what they used to call banana republics. What we are seeing in America today, people are being disappeared off the streets. Anyway, this is what is called imperial boomerang. Every atrocity, every crime that these empires committed in the colonies, they are eventually going to bring back home. This is what they do in the colonies. People disappear and then nothing happens. Today, after September 11, 2003, the United States government were disappearing people, what is called extraordinary rendition, and sending them to be tortured. They are leasing out to be tortured in Syria or in Libya or in such other, even in Poland, in such other places, because they don't want to torture in the United States. So today, American citizens are being disappeared. They are being arrested on the streets and sent to countries they don't know. They have made a deal with Uganda, I guess, and then they are going to be sending people to Uganda in no distant time. So, imperial boomerang is real. The American police, the imperial police, go to the colonies and shoot people at random without consequence, with impunity. And it's happening in the States today. Okay. And it's going to be happening. So, these things are, whatever you apply to human beings in one place, you are going to learn to apply it to your own people. A crocodile eating your neighbor, once he finishes that meal and finds no other piece of meat, he will look at you and see that you're a good piece too. So that's what actually is. America, I don't know. I can't actually. My analysis is, they started under Obama, our brother. There was a stock market crash in 2008 when I was writing my doctoral thesis. And what happened? Obama bailed the liberal Democrats. I have been a liberal all my life. Obama and the Democratic Party bailed out every other person except the people that need it. The ordinary man on the street. Wall Street got bailed out. Wall Street was responsible for the stock market, for the crash. Detroit got bailed out. The banks, the insurance companies, and they made a killing. They went back and started where they stopped. But the ordinary people were left to their own devices. And what happened? The backlash was the election of Donald Trump, because people were so much frustrated, and Trump was elected. And then Trump came feeling that he has a majority. And then, there was an interruption of the Trump Make America Great Again, which for me is make whiteness great again. And then now he's trying to, on the strength of that dissatisfaction with what the liberals have been able to do. And he's now running a government that is destroying the very fabric of the American society. Okay? So that's exactly what is happening. And if it continues this way, in 20 years, America will be embroiled in many wars across so many fronts, and the economy at home is going to suffer. Okay? If we don't face a nuclear annihilation, nobody knows. But that's the way, that's the trajectory we are watching now, because it's happened. You can arrest a senator on the Senate complex. Julius Caesar was killed at the Capitol in Rome. And Rome started degenerating at that point. It took it 400 years. It was not an event, it was a process. And America is undergoing that process at the moment. The people are not saying it yet because it has not started affecting their pockets. Okay? Oil is still flowing freely. They can still buy cheap gas, and their products are still coming from China because China holds America's debts. But once this thing stopped, and the United States is, going on a confrontation course with many countries that should be partners in development for the benefit of every other person. China, India, in the Middle East. And what is happening in Gaza is turning a lot of people against the West. I don't know why they don't see that. Their policymakers don't see that. So if it continues this way, I am afraid for our Earth, because I think some sociopaths will try to blow up the whole thing one day, and then we all will be blown to smithereens.
You were talking about, you mentioned Germany, and I wanted to ask you, because people are saying, because of Trump's policy towards Europe, the Europeans are coming together to defend themselves because they can no longer count on America. And some people are believing that Germany waking up to build its military could be at the beginning of another crisis in Europe. Is Germany still that advanced? If America should remove its foot on Germany, do you think that Germany could become what it used to be in the past?
Well, there's a very controversial point. The point is, you have to understand why NATO was created. The very first Secretary General of NATO said that NATO was created to keep the Russians out, to keep the Americans in, and to keep the Germans down. Okay? Why was this the case? Because Germany, within 50 years, has been able to be involved in 2 world wars and lost both of them. Okay? And atrocities were committed. So, neighboring countries, France and Poland, are very much afraid of Germany rising. Okay, so the United States has more bases in Germany than they have in any other country I can recall. Why is that the case? It's just to keep the Germans down, because the Germans, actually, you have to know the American technology. American greatness after 45 was built on German technology. The technology that the Nazi scientists were able to create for Hitler, for his war effort. The guy that sent America to the moon was Werner von Braun, who was building rockets for Hitler in Peenemünde in northeast Germany. You have to read about the Operation Paperclip, where American agents were kidnapping and scurrying away German scientists to the United States to start rebuilding everything they did for Hitler for the American government. And many of them ended up under what is called DARPA, DAPA. And then you have to understand as well that the German, most of CIA was populated with German agents, and especially the Russian branch. Okay, we are populated with Nazi agents that worked for Hitler, not Hitler's agents, Gehlen and all the rest of them. So Germany rising will take some time. Germany is quite an advanced country, no doubt, but it will take quite some time, because if you look at the demographics, I have one of my friends introduced me to a French sociologist, Emmanuel Todt. Emmanuel Todt wrote a very wonderful book about the decline of the West. Everybody should read that book. Decline of the West, the defeat of the West in the Ukraine. He wrote about the decline of the United States as well. The German family structure and the fact that Germans are no longer producing kids like they used to do. These demographic changes is going to radically affect. It's affecting already the productivity in Germany. And people are talking about, in Germany, there's a concept for it. They call it the Fachkraftmangel. They don't have enough labor force. to man, the expertise to man almost major sectors of the economy. So it's going to take some time, but I don't think that the Europeans are united enough to form a common front for a common defense. They will still depend on the American nuclear umbrella for their defense. But this defense was primarily aimed as a defense against the Soviet Union. But we have to know that the Soviet Union dissolved itself in 1989-91. So to say, there is nothing more to defend against until this present NATO encroachment on what the Russians considered their red line, Ukraine. And then the Russians had to go to war to, exact their demands. And then Europe is now talking about, in some quarters, some people feel that European politicians have actually messed up the European economy, and they don't see any other way out, and they're trying to go to war to cover up the fact that they have messed up the economy. There is a school of thought that is propounding this theory. But the way I say it is that peace would do Europe and the rest of the world a lot of good. This is why, people, sometimes when I talk about Trump, people think I support Trump. No, I don't. What I know is that his instincts about the war in the Ukraine is correct. Okay, even a broken clock can be correct twice a day. So his instincts about Ukraine is right. The Russians were provoked into marching into Ukraine. And the United States, because Russia sees itself as fighting a proxy war against the Americans, not against Ukraine per se. So, and that's why they insist on talking directly to the Americans. And if Biden had talked to Putin when they wanted to talk about it, and if they are not being deceived with Europe saying they are going to implement Minsk, whereas it was a cover to arm Ukraine to fight a war against Russia. If all this had not been the case, we would not be talking about the war in the Ukraine today. Okay, but all these are parts of the grand chessboard that Brzezinski wrote about in his book of that title, I think in 1990 something. I have a copy here. People should read and then, apprise themselves of what the American interests are. Rand Corporation even wrote a detailed position paper on how the United States would try to talk to us, even to this point, they fight a war with Russia by proxy using Ukraine. And if there is to be a peace talk, there will be a peace talk to confuse the Russians and there are going to be peace. The Russians know all this. So, but sometimes I don't think that Europe, who is going to, the only country in Europe, the only two countries in Europe that have nuclear weapons are the French and the British. Okay, and the British see themselves as a junior partner to the Americans. So whatever the Americans do, they just follow in tow. The French, Emmanuel Macron is not the most popular president in France right now. The French, if they have the opportunity, they're going to kick him out. So who? The government in Germany is not so very popular, actually. Okay, so the people are dissatisfied. Even the government is not even up to a year old. So who? And most of Europe are equally divided on the Ukraine issue. Hungary, Orban in Hungary, is not kowtowing to what Europe is doing in relation to Russia. Okay, the Slovenians are not even following what Europe is doing. So they have a veto in the EU. So how is that consensus going to arise? That if it's going to happen, it's going to be a long-term project like Germany has embarked upon. Germany is going to borrow over 100 billion for the military. And they have already started. You could see all around you that they are preparing for conflict, actually. They have even informed hospitals and they've informed so many other parastatals and establishments to start preparing in cases of emergency. The emergency they are talking about, anybody in the know knows is about war. But I don't think, I am following Einstein's line in this case. I don't think that if there is going to be a war between NATO and Russia, it will never go resolved without the deployment of nuclear weapons, and it will be bad for all of us. So these guys are trying to kill all of us, and that's why we should speak out loud and say no to war everywhere we can and shout as loud as we can.
Okay, we have not even started. We've not even come anywhere close to Nigeria, but it's almost an hour. Let me ask you: United Nations General Assembly is coming up later this month. And several countries like France, Australia, they are threatening to go there and recognize the state of Palestine. What do you think will happen now that America is not even granting visa to some of the people who are coming to represent the Palestinians?
Well, this is not the first time such a thing has happened. In 70, the Americans tried to prevent Yasser Arafat addressing the United Nations General Assembly in the past. And what happened? The United Nations General Assembly voted to move the proceedings to Geneva. And it happened. Arafat spoke to the UN in Geneva. So if the UN could rally and get its act together and move the proceedings to Geneva, the Palestinian delegation would, well, speak to them there. But the point this time is that majority of these countries we call the West are complicit in this genocide, and they are supporting Israel with diplomatic cover, not only with weapons. Germany is the second largest shipper of weapons to Israel after the United States. Okay, France, all of these countries are providing Israel with diplomatic cover for the atrocities that are going on in Palestine at the moment. So we are all seeing that. And that's why the US are trying to use every trick in the book to make sure that the Palestinian delegation doesn't speak to the United Nations. Okay. And it's just like what they are doing with the refugees. Western bombs, Western weapons, Western political clout cause a lot of damages. They bomb and kill people in these countries where the refugees come from. But they don't want the refugees coming to the metropoles to show them the scars that their bombs are causing. So they don't want the Palestinian delegation to come to the UN and show them the scars of the genocide being committed in the West, in the name of the West in Palestine. So it's really awful. It's evil. That's what evil is all about. Evil is not only the banal aspect where a functionary says, I'm doing my job. Evil is a deep-rooted attempt to destroy any part of the human race. That is what evil is. And that's what genocide is. Genocide is the greatest evil.
All right. People who know me know I'm totally against conspiracy theory, but these days it's becoming difficult to separate what is conspiracy and what is real. Let me give you an example. The issue of Jeffrey Epstein and Israel and the American political elite. I know that you know some of these things behind the scene that are going on that we don't know. What is really going on? Is there any truth to the fact that it's bigger than just one man in Florida taking young women to an island? What is going on?
Well, I think I'm going to plead the fifth on this one. Oh well, I'm going to repeat what people are saying. Okay, I'm not going to give any opinion either way. People are saying that Jeffrey Epstein is a Mossad CIA operation. Okay, honey pot operation, honey trap operation to trap major American and Western European politicians and compromise them. Okay, that was Epstein. The court documents showed this Jeffrey that sued Epstein to court. The documents showed that these guys were transporting little kids to have sex with older men. So the evil about that is a rape of children because children cannot consent to sex. Okay, sex requires consent, and a child is a legal minor. A child cannot consent to it. Okay, so and then people are saying that because of that, because high level people and principalities and powers are so much involved in this business that they whacked him in mafian terms. That's what I heard. Other than that, I don't know any other thing. I cannot say either way. But all I can say is that he died in suspicious circumstances. The circumstances, they're just telling us stories. Okay, it's like who killed Kennedy. Okay, the people who allegedly had Kennedy whacked sat in the Warren Commission to determine, what should be presented to the public and what should not. So it's really a dirty thing, okay? And this is what it shows: power, like Lord Acton said, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And this is what you see in empires. America became an empire, and America lost every moral sense of moderation. Okay, anybody could just get in and do anything with government power. You need to read the biography of people like James Jesus Angleton to see the atrocities and the evil that this man was capable, or that of Allen Dulles. I finished those 2 books. I finished Alan Dulles and I got James Jesus Anglin. These were CIA. Alan Dulles was CIA director. Kennedy had to get him. Kennedy fired him, but he didn't go into retirement. He was among those that was reportedly to have plotted against the murder of JFK. And James Jesus Angleton was a part of it as well. So you need to, after reading that, you come to see that power is a dog that needs a leash. Without a leash, power is going to eat the bone hung around its neck for safekeeping.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Dr. Franklyne will tell us about what's going on in Africa. Where in South Africa, they are kicking out Africans from the hospitals in the country. In Nigeria, they arrested a Palestinian representative in Abuja after an Israeli official visited Nigeria. We are going to talk about Simon Ekpa and his conviction and what it means for those who are fighting for self-determination. So we take a break. We'll be right back with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in with us. And Dr. Franklyne, thank you so much. Somebody just sent me a message that listening to you is like eating fufu with bitter leaf. That's a message from. All right. So, so we want to go back, come home to Nigeria, to Africa first, and then expand to Nigeria. And let's talk about the situation in Burkina Faso. What's going on now? I think, in the last few months, we've been seeing so many activities. There were people worried about him being killed by the Europeans and by the Americans. So what's the actual situation? Because talking about conspiracy and propaganda, and there are so many things that people hear, people see, that may not be exactly true.
Well, the facts on the ground. First of all, we have to establish what the facts are. The facts are: one, the Burkinabes rose up and asked the French to leave. Okay, and an empire, once an expired empire, feels that its hold on Africa has gone down the drain. You have to know that over 7% of what France uses in her nuclear reactors comes from these regions, Niger and all whatnot. So first of all, they were kicked out of Niger. Secondly, the Burkinabes came on and said, we don't want you anymore. And then there seems to be a revolution sweeping across the Sahel, because these people have been at the receiving end of what has been called terror onslaught from whom nobody knows. Okay. And some of my Burkinabe friends are telling me that some of these terrorists are being sponsored by their former colonial masters. And so whenever they want to implement policies that will augur well for their own people, you will see terrorists coming from nowhere, and then trying to make sure that the country is insecure. So, and this young man has, garnered a huge online following, even in the United States. People are now saying him as the new Sankara. You have to know the nostalgia about Sankara. Sankara was an outspoken Pan-Africanist who was murdered, by his friend Blaise Compaoré at the being chaperoned by the French intelligence. Said he insulted Mitterrand and all the rest of them. So that was why. So you have to see it in the line. Why did he become popular? Because Africans will always want to see somebody who will just stand up and tell the former colonial master that has refused to go, to take a hike and don't come back no more. Okay, so that's what is that's the reason for his popularity. I don't know actually what the French are doing on the ground in Burkina Faso at the moment, because it's been like forever that I was in Burkina Faso the last time. So I don't know what is actually happening on the ground at the moment. But what I know is that the young president, is enjoying a huge following. And after the coup in Niger, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and these Sahelian states actually started getting into what is called a close cooperation with each other, because they have enjoyed a common history of being under the yoke of the French. And if you know the atrocities of the France-Afrique policies of the French government under Jacques Foccart, if you read that up, you will come to see why these guys have this historical memory. The Burkinabes have not forgotten what the French did to them, and they have not forgotten that until the murder of Sankara, and and how the economy was mismanaged. And Burkina Faso, that used to be one of the largest producers of cotton in Africa, became a bread basket virtually. So that's why this guy is enjoying a huge popularity across board, and many white people are now have gotten to know him and they will ask me questions. What about the guy in Burkina Faso? Everybody seems to like him and all whatnot. So, but I don't know actually the status of the issues on the ground at the moment. But all I know is that he has a huge following, and he has been able to be consistent in his rejection of being teleguided from Paris or from the Elysee Palace.
Okay, in South Africa, I saw this video that was horrifying of ordinary South Africans going into hospitals telling them, if you're a Nigerian, if you're an African there, you should leave. At the same time, you can put that picture on one side and you look at Malema when he went to Nigeria to speak at the Nigerian Bar Association
conference in Enugu.
Yeah. So why are we seeing these images, and what is going on in South Africa? Which side will win?
Well, it's a very sad situation. It's really a very sad situation. But I have my experience in this line of work, human rights, my experience in international issues at a very high level has taught me the very first question I ask is, who stands to profit from such things and who is financing it? Anywhere you see an agitation, ask yourself who is financing this and who stands to gain. Once you ask the money question and the profit question, you eventually come to even if the people that are financing it are hiding, using NGOs or whatever, they will eventually come to, know what is happening. The South African issue is not just a random thing. It's a highly organized and sophisticated operation. Who is financing it? I don't know. Somebody is trying to create an internal tension in the South African society against foreigners. We call it xenophobia. The South Africans are xenophobic. I don't believe that. I believe that there are people who stand to gain by making sure that there are internal dissensions within that society, that Africans turn on Africans again and repeat the kind of thing that happened in Rwanda in 1994. Can you imagine a South African whom the whole of Africa and the rest of the world joined to fight against apartheid, standing up to tell a Nigerian, a member of one of the states that put in resources, money, offered refugee to South African refugees, ANC fighters? Okay, Nigeria was one of the leading members of the Franklyne states. And you will tell a Nigerian, stand up and leave the hospital. Doctors are trained and they swear the Hippocratic oath to take care of human beings, not South Africans or Nigerians, human beings, human individuals, human persons. And somebody will come and with all effrontery, and it's being filmed and distributed online. For whose benefit? So who stands to gain from that operation, and who is financing that? So that's the question we should ask. On that one, it's really a sad situation. The earlier the South African government arrests this situation, the better for all of us, because it's not going to end until they start spilling the blood of foreigners on the streets of South Africa. They will not say that. I know some people in authorities may be aware and they are fully supportive of it. They think that the foreigners are their problem. Foreigners are not their problems. Malema knew this when he's talking about the EFF, economic freedom fighters. Mandela compromised on the economy of South Africa. This economy of South Africa was left in the hands of the apartheid managers, the guys that actually oppressed South Africans. The economy was left in their hands and the hands of the Indians. The capitalists remained. And the land, the choice arable land in South Africa, still belonged to the white Africans that actually committed atrocities against black South Africans. It was in the name of reconciliation that Mandela opted for a transition that would take time. Okay? What Mugabe couldn't stomach, because Mugabe, the Doncaster Agreement of 1982, where the British government offered to pay money to the Zimbabwean government to buy back land from the colonialists that actually stole land from Zimbabwean farmers. And when Tony Blair came to power, he reneged on that. And Mugabe said, hell no. Ask the squatters to go take back what belonged to them. And then the whole West that supported apartheid in South Africa, every major Western country that is supporting the genocide in Gaza today supported apartheid in South Africa, even the United Kingdom. Margaret Thatcher and many of his MPs from his party were wearing vests that were written "Hang Mandela" to Parliament. So this is the same league of genocidaires that are supporting what is happening in Gaza today. They supported apartheid in South Africa, and they came and imposed an excruciating embargo and sanctions on Zimbabwe because the British government reneged on her pledges. The Zimbabweans took action and tried to get their land back. and then they imposed sanctions on Zimbabwe to cripple the economy and then remove Mugabe. They financed every sort of dark operations against Mugabe to get him removed. Although Mugabe overstayed his welcome because he was a very old man and then he still clung to power. But you could see it was the resistance being offered him by external forces that made him cling to power. And then vice. So it's just like, the egg-chicken relation. And the same is the case in South Africa. And another interesting issue, which I've not explored fully, is the fact that since South Africa took Israel to the International Court accusing them of genocide, there have been attempts to steer internal dissensions within the South African society. You saw an American embassy at Tachi accusing South Africa of selling weapons to the Russians. Okay? Just to make sure that South Africa gets bad press and then gets sanctioned by the United States and Western powers. So you could see there have been these attempts, and now I'm not saying that these are related, but these are issues worth exploring. Okay, why is it that when any country challenges what the West or their allies are doing, that country starts experiencing internal dissensions? The dark acts of the British government and the American, the CIA, we know that all this while. So what is happening in Haiti? So they always have a pool of ready-made local agents to start trouble and then make sure that the country is destabilized so that their interests will be protected. So these are issues that the South African government should look at. If these are real cases of xenophobia, I don't think it has a place on the African continent. South Africa has been a beneficiary of the largesse of other African nations in their fight for survival, in their fight against apartheid. So I feel it's being ungrateful when South Africans rise up and then start kicking out other Africans. Africa is a home of all of us, and we should be able to feel at home across the length and breadth of that continent. The borders are colonial creatures. It was the colonial masters that sat down in 1885 in Berlin and carved Africa to pieces. These borders were not created by us. So why should we assume these epistemic borders in our heads and start discriminating against one another? It's really shameful. That's the height of ignorance, I have to tell you that.
So if you look at a country like Ghana and what happened recently with Ghanaians rising up and saying that Nigerians should leave, what is behind that? Is it the same phenomenon? Do you think that there are some people sponsoring people in Ghana to rise, or is it internal?
All those agitations are financed. I've been a human rights activist. Okay, they are financed. You will see people coming to you with money and telling you, "Oh, this is how you write proposals. I want to do this," and then the proposals are corrected and then sent back to you. And at the end of the day, you have to implement it to the letter. So, these are organized. They are well organized, and organizations require financing. Who is financing those? But in spite of that, I really have to say something. Like Nigerians that are living in foreign countries, I can't understand when somebody says that Nigerians are doing that. Nigerians, as if to say Nigerians came together in a meeting and decided to be committing one sort of crime in a particular country. That can, these are the stuffs of genocide. Once you start accusing a particular people of one crime, this is what the Israeli president said, that there's no innocent person in Gaza or in Palestine. How can a leader say that? It's genocidal statement. So Nigerians as a group no group can commit a crime or be bad in all things. If individuals commit crimes, these nations have laws to take them to tasks. There are Nigerians in jail in many countries because they committed crimes and the law took its course. So why can't the law be allowed to take its course? Why label a whole people as either criminals or as undesirables or as people? Once you start labeling people, you are just setting them up to be murdered. So if a Nigerian commits a crime anywhere, there are laws. The laws should take their course. But this organization, just to label a particular group of people, Nigerians are not innocent of that. Nigerians did it to Ghanaians in the 1980s during the famous Ghana Must Go imbroglio. So, these are the kind of things that one has to be faithful to history. But whoever does it, it doesn't make it right. Okay? So labeling a people is the shortest route to slaughtering them. And then we should eschew such measures across the African continent. We are actually brothers.
All right. In Nigeria, you mentioned, I think, a Palestinian representative was arrested in Abuja. Now, we read stories like, we read this stuff, and what do you make of that? How did that happen?
Well, it seems that there was an overture by the Israeli mission in Nigeria towards the Nigerian government, and after that, this arrest happened. I don't know what to make of that, but you have to know, if you study the history of Nigeria's diplomacy, Nigeria has always been on the side of the Palestinians, because the Palestinian struggle has been an anti-colonial struggle. Okay, if you listen to Mandela, you will hear him when he got out of prison. He will say that our independence is not complete until Palestine is free. Okay, so Nigeria, during the Arab-Israeli conflict in 1973, Nigeria joined the non-aligned movement to impose an oil embargo on the West, who are supporting Israel. Okay, so during this time, many Western autobahns or expressways were bereft of cars because there were no oil. The whole Arab countries and Nigeria, Nigeria's foreign policy has been pro-Palestine, but it seems to have changed under Tinubu. I have not seen his foreign policy position paper, but it seems to have changed, and now they are arrested. I don't know what the guy was accused of, why they arrested him, but I knew that it was shortly after the visit of the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, or whatever, a high official in the Israeli mission, that they did that. So maybe Nigeria's foreign policy position is changing to becoming pro-Israeli, and that's interesting, coming from a Muslim ticket,
Good point. Let me play this video because you mentioned that several times. Let me just see if we can get an audio from this.
Which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. Our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. That is the position. One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies.
All right. So the key point was the idea that their enemies should be our enemy. Let me get you back to the main topic we had today, Simon Ekpa and his conviction. What do you make of that? We have videos of you in the past talking about Simon Ekpa. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you want to listen to yourself again. but let me see if I have it handy. No, I don't have it. But anyway, there were videos of you talking about him in the past, and I wanted to know now that he has been convicted. What do you make of that?
Like I said, there are places where the law works. It's not like Nigeria, where Nnamdi Kanu is still in jail. The Nigerian government is just a disgrace on itself in that regard, because justice delayed is justice denied. Okay, whatever crimes Nnamdi Kanu may have committed, the right to fair hearing is the only fundamental human right that is that's only right that is absolute. So they're not giving him a fair hearing. They should give him a fair hearing. What Ekpa will never say is that he was not given a fair hearing. So he can equally appeal his conviction. I wasn't in the court. I'm still to read the judgment, actually, to see what I actually got from the newspaper report. The Finnish newspaper I read then, the day he was convicted, was the fact that he was convicted on aggravated tax charges, on terror-related offenses, and on supplying weapons, ammunition, and bombs to groups that were causing insecurity in Southeast Nigeria. And if these facts are correct, that person should rot in jail. I am not mincing words. If you go back home today to Nigeria, that has nothing to do with agitation. Okay? These guys have empaneled a situation where gangsters have hijacked the southeast of Nigeria in the name of whatever agitation, I don't know. That's not the way to agitate for a people. You turn in on your own people and slaughtering your own people in the name of agitation. They are telling people to sit down at home on Mondays and not go to work, thereby destroying the economy of the Southeast, just to show Buhari that they are angry. Which sensible person will ever cut off his nose just to tell his face, you are an idiot? You know, sometimes but there's nothing anybody will tell me in this case to make me have sympathy for such people who are relaxing in Western countries and then causing mayhem at home in Nigeria. How many people have these unknown gunmen killed? And tomorrow they will tell you we are not responsible for that. But they are on radio every other day asking people to go and do this and do that. And they think that what they say will not affect some people who are crazy, and then they go out to carry out those acts. We are Chike Akunyele was killed in the heat of this insecurity thing, by whom I don't know. I'm not saying that it was these people that killed him or the other people. But this climate, this ecosystem of terror was empaneled by their broadcasts. And there is no way they would, if it was proven in the Finnish court, it was proven beyond reason, because this is a criminal offense. It was proven beyond reasonable doubt. So the evidence tendered before the court led to his conviction. So these are the people that actually destroyed a section of Igbo youths, Igbo future. Anambra State, look at also Olo Axis is now in no man's land in the name of fighting for what they never consulted us about. So if you are fighting, why don't you go to Lagos or Abuja to attack Buhari, that was the guy that was holding Nnamdi Kanu? Why come home and kill hapless women? Aaron Dizog is now running from, helter skelter. This is the ecology empaneled and created by these people. And they call it agitation. They're fighting for Biafra. So after killing the people you're fighting for, then you will come and rule over what? It's only a fool that will burn down his country to rule over it. That was Sun Tzu. Only a fool would do that. And these guys there's the height. This is what happens when charlatans put up a gab of messiahs on themselves, try to save. Who told you that Igbos needed to be saved? By who? By you. You are too small to save the Igbos. The Igbos have been saving themselves. And everybody, all the Igbo intellectuals, everybody disappeared, left the scene for a bunch of artisanal charlatans to hijack the Igbo pain about Biafra and then tell us rubbish. Yeah, we have listening to their broadcasts. If you're a sensible man, you will just you have to throw up. It's a shame that somebody is convicted in Finland, but the trial, they're holding Nnamdi Kanu all this while. They should put him on trial and then give him his day in court. That's what a responsible society does. But as for Simon Ekpa and his cohort, I have no empathies. I have no sympathies at all. These guys have caused a trail of blood and destruction to trail certain sections of Igbo land today. If anybody that has refused to see that, I have no apologies for you. They don't speak for me. They are speaking for themselves.
There are people who listen to you, people who are concerned about the state of things in Nigeria, and they are looking for solution. But they can agree with you on the approach that Simon Ekpa took, or Nnamdi Kanu, or Adeyinka grandson, who was fighting for Yoruba nation, and the British government tried him.
Pumped him in jail, yeah. That's where he belongs.
The question is now, what's the right way to fight for self-determination?
I wrote, when Nnamdi Kanu was rising, I wrote an article that went viral. when Buhari arrested, I wrote Nnamdi Kanu has won. Okay? And I foresaw all this. That someday will come when people will be worshiping him as God. And they started calling him Machineke. And that was how the Jesus movement started. People that never even met Christ were the ones writing about him. Okay? I foresaw that. History keeps repeating itself. And at a point, I wrote another article. Nnamdi Kanu, now that you have shown the world that Buhari wasn't a Democrat, do you know what you could do? Rally all your members, tell them to go and get voters' cards, and then start from the Southeast region. Let them vote out in that election. Anybody who didn't support your struggle, let them vote them out. Use their weapons to kick them out. The ballot box. A lot of people criticize me, is it in Nigeria? No one. But if massively, these guys that are in the bushes, if they come out to guard their votes and vote on election day, nobody would dare to steal their votes. But they didn't do that. Because if Nnamdi Kanu has been elected, if he has gone the political way and was elected into the Nigerian Senate, he will be a lightning rod on the asses of people like Akpabio. And then people will take him seriously enough. If IPOB or whatever has been able to elect their members as members of House of Assembly across this whole southeastern states, they already have their Biafra without even firing a weapon. If the governor doesn't follow, they will impeach the governor and put somebody else. You use the tools that your adversaries offered you to beat them in their own game. That is what Malema is doing. That's what he's doing in South Africa. And Malema, they hated him at first, but now he's gaining international recognition. And I tell you, write this down. In 5-10 years, Malema is going to be the president of South Africa. And that's how political issues evolve. If you want to fight a war against a Nigerian state that is recognized in international law, that doesn't give a hoot about murdering its own citizens. Nigerian government doesn't care about killing Nigerians. And you think they will care about slaughtering your own people. They sent the army, Buhari sent the army in 2020 to Southeast, and they've been in operation. They have inflicted their own share of destruction. There are Amnesty International reports to that effect. So sometimes there are things we use our brains to do. Power is a game of brains. It's not only a game of bronze. Sun Tzu said it. The best victory is the victory you gain without firing a single shot. But our people will never listen. We behave like Okonkwo in Achebes things fall apart. We have a lot of brawn, a lot of energy. But where's the brain? Without brains, no matter how powerful you are, you'll be brought down by a simple human being that can think. James Madison, the third American president, said it, that knowledge must forever govern ignorance, and that those who wish to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. But once we call everybody who wants to advise us on the way to go about this agitation as an intellectual, that's what they called many of us. Don't go this path. This path is going to lead to destruction. They call the way of intellectuals. We don't know anything. I have seen revolutions. I have visited countries like South Sudan. I have visited countries like Eritrea. I have seen what agitation, how armed struggle left people. Armed struggle I'm not totally against, it's the last resort, it's the last option. We have not gotten to that stage in Nigeria. But our brothers will not listen. They believe that, once you mention Biafra is a very painful memory for every Igbo person, including me. I wrote a book about Biafra, which I refused to publish. I refused to publish it because I was more radical in my views until I started growing up. I started saying, we have a claim to Nigeria. Other Nigerians have claims too. And what do you do where conflicting claims are confronting each other? You can either sit down and dialogue it out, or you kill each other. So if you kill each other, somebody told me, don't ever die for your ideas. They may be wrong. And that's one of the pieces of wisdom I have always embraced. I may be wrong, and I die or destroy people for my ideas. But once you dialogue with your opponents, you will get to see their vision, and then there could be compromises. But that's what we refused to. And then Simon Ekpa was in Finland, ordering people to go and slaughter their opponents in southeast Nigeria. So the court found him guilty and rightly sentenced him. We are waiting for his appeal. If it's confirmed on appeal, then he will spend 6 years in jail. And that is a warning shot to anybody who is using the internet to incite people to violence. You know, once people seek justice to that effect in any foreign jurisdiction, just know that they're going to get justice. So now, that you have a freedom of expression doesn't mean that you have a freedom to call for the murder or for slaughtering your political opponents, whatever the case may be.
When I put out that you are coming, some people sent in some comments. One of the common ones I saw here is that, people who are familiar with your position are saying that, Simon Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu, that Mandela was once tagged a terrorist, that Arafat and people like that, even in Israel, that people that started the state of Israel, they were terrorists. That it's a common trend across history. So why do we condemn them? So what do you say to such comments? From
I would say very simple. Is that reading history is pretty important. It's not necessarily just plucking the parts that you think fits your narrative. Look at it. Mandela never fought a civil war and lost, and then came back again. The Irgun and the Haganah that formed the bedrock of the IDF today, we are terrorists against the British government. Against the British government. Nigerian government is not a foreign government. Okay? Ndibo fought a war between 67 and 1970, and we lost close to 2 million people. We were beaten in a war. And why were we beaten? We were hopelessly outclassed in weapons, in international support. So, if you want such agitation, first of all, you have to do the groundwork. What is the groundwork they did? Nothing. Who is supporting your agitation on the international level? South Sudan got independence from Sudan. How did it happen? The South Sudanese aligned themselves with the major powers. So the major powers spoke out for them. It happened in Kosovo. Okay? Apartheid in South Africa started changing when the majority of the young people in the West started speaking out for Mandela. Is that going to be our case in Igbo land? If you read, I listened to the Igwe of Nnobi, he was talking about the British government taking a position against Biafra. The British government has a vested interest in Nigeria. The American government took over that vested interest. They are never going to let you go that way. I will always tell people, look at the way, are there options to Biafra the way you guys wanted to succeed? Okay. They have tried. The Nigerian government, after the war, they were pretty smart. Before Ojukwu could do anything, Gowon created 12 states. Why did he do that? He did that at the instructions of the British intelligence to cut off the Biafrans from the sea. Okay? And they did that expertly well. So today, that status has lasted for quite some time. So how are we going to gain an access to the sea? They will tell you, Iguacha and all the rest of them. Then come to think of it, most of the people in the riverine areas are antagonistic to the Biafran experience today. They don't want that to pass through their territory. How do you convince them that it is in their interest that we unite and fight what a common enemy, be that what it may? We are not even dialoguing with them. We are very busy cursing everybody. Mandela wasn't going about his agitation, cursing everybody, and then Mandela was arrested because the CIA gave information to the South African authorities. Okay? Why? Because Mandela at a point went for armed struggle when every other avenue was closed to the South Africans. That was when ANC decided to go for armed struggle. Then you ask yourself, was every other avenue closed to the Igbos to dialogue their issues out in Nigeria? I lost my sister in Sabongeri in Kano in 2013 to a bomb attack by Boko Haram. Okay? There are Igbos still today trading and doing business in that part of Nigeria. There are Igbos still trading and doing business in Lagos, in the West. Every part of Nigeria, every nook and cranny of Nigeria, you will find an Igbo man thriving there. Did you consult these people before pretending to speak for them? Do you consult the people in the diaspora before pretending to speak for them? Have we exhausted all the avenues for dialogue with the Nigerian authorities? If these people were smart, they would have realized that nobody is satisfied with Nigeria the way it is. Nigeria has extensive fault lines that dialogue could lead. If we want this Biafra, it could lead us to achieving what we want. And then if you achieve Biafra, how do you deal with the issues of the governors who were elected or who selected themselves, or the House of Assembly members? So these are issues that they have not even thought about what they want. All they want is, let us kill and shoot, and then we want Biafra. And then after killing and shooting our own people, then they will come and give you Biafra. As if to say that your enemies will not like you to eliminate yourselves. They will be there watching and clapping for you. Hey, kill your people. After killing your people, then we will have enough grazing zone for our cattle. So anybody who is fighting for independence for his people and starts killing his own people is no longer fighting for independence. He's fighting for something else.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Franklyne. We are going to bring people in a moment, but I want to do one more thing. Play a video for you to respond to. You must have seen it. It's in Igbo by the governor of Anambra State, because you're talking about intellectuals and he represents your constituency. And I want to get you
I ga-abụ ọwa ọ bụrụ na land grabbing ị na-eme mgbụrụ ibe a na-eme aje na ngwa aka ngwa onye ibe a sị chọrọ ya anị ka imebe ibe ime ilebe a na ịmara anya ọ bụrụ nke ime ibe a maka asị iweta akwụkwọ ngosi ịchọba appointment ihe wetara akwụkwọ ngosi iweta akwụkwọ ngosi English F9, mathematics F9, economics F9. So inwe English F9 ya akwụkwọ nwe ya akwụkwọ ya agụ ya nyekwa ya akwụkwọ ịgụọ. Inwe mathematics F9 ya gbakọ nkwe ego Anambra ọ ya gbakọ nkwe asị na ọ ga-arụ ọnụ economy Anambra mana ị nwere F9 na economics, basic economics, demand and supply ka o nwee F9 a na-akọ ibe a. No wonder businesses niile ọrụ o bido na Anambra banja na o bidogoro business niile o medachara ada sọnsọ land grabbing. Because I went F9 in economics, maths F9, English F9, economics F9, F9. So no wonder even you know Balaka or that. Election in Anambra civil service, only Andro qualified to be recruited as a driver. You were F9. Okay, EJ school line, better school is home. I'll focus even now. Governor. Nah, I'm not pay you a video himself. Get if I call my guy because anyway, I'll look at democracy. Democracy on your go ticket party. You go ticket party, Anambra, governor. Governor, governor. Who's the governor?
So we have to translate this into English. It's a very important video. So I want to raise an issue. So you mentioned that the intellectuals ran away when the Biafrans were in place and they were campaigning, moving the way they understood it. On the
no. Let me correct you there. Our intellectuals today left the field for charlatans too.
Yes.
The people who showed that the Biafran struggle were intellectuals. Chinua Achebe them.
No, I'm talking about current one, not the past.
Okay, good. Okay,
the current one. Yeah.
Okay.
So they, on their own parts, they say that intellectuals like you and Soludo do not care about what they are going through, and that's why they are in there doing it the way they want to do it. Now, watching Soludo here, basically putting down his opponents in a way that I don't know if you will do that, I don't know if anybody I know, Candy Bear, will do that.
I will respond to that.
Yeah. So how do we put these things together, make it make sense?
Okay. First of all, the issues they raised, they are correct to a great extent, that the intellectuals treat them like fools. I don't know the reasons for that, but I could hazard an analysis. The kind of education we got in Nigeria actually from is still colonial. Okay, that's you could listen to Soludo putting people down. Education is supposed to train you not only in learning but in character. Okay, character is a situation where you don't put anybody down because of his deficiencies. You don't see a man who is disabled and you start laughing at him because you're an educated man or because you have good two legs. In Germany, there are education is not only people who go the formal way. They have what they call the dual system. That's the two-way system. People go to learn a trade. What we call a boy in our place, and then the others go to the university and to the gymnasium and then study and become administrators. But the difference is that the German system doesn't see a dichotomy between these two people. Most of the famous engineers that build Mercedes, BMW, Siemens engines and all whatnot are the people that learned it as a trade. Okay? So you don't have any reason to look down on them. They earn as much money as the professor that's teaching in the university. Okay? But in our system, the colonial masters came. They only wanted to train clerks. Okay? Clerks that would be servants to the depredation of our society. And that's what we got till today. They only taught us how to blow big grammar with nothing behind it. And then you could see that in Soludo now, trying to belittle his opponent. You don't do that kind of thing. It was so very terrible for the ears to listen to a professor who is a governor. It's a democracy, yes. You don't even need to be a professor of engineering to govern a state in Nigeria. All you need to do is to surround yourself with the right people, the right advisors. Then you could govern anywhere. All you need to have is just common sense and wisdom. Okay, so Soludo thinking that being a professor has been a professor converted Anambra State to China. Has it made Anambra State more progressive than every other state? Nigerians that went to the Bar Association meeting, my friends and colleagues that went there in Enugu, were telling me that Enugu is even better than what is happening in Anambra State. And Soludo is a professor. So being a professor there are professors who are idiots and there are professors who are humane. So your academic title, if you are really well educated, it should train you in character and in learning, not only in learning, and then you will come to be exposing that kind of little boasts. That is a campaign. I know in campaign season, everything is, turned upside down. And you see people who should be intelligent speaking like people who have never seen the four walls of a classroom in their lives. So Soludo actually, betrayed everything about an intellectual should be in that little post. But pushing that to what the agitators who want Biafra are saying, the intellectuals abandoned the field for them. Many intellectuals were afraid of being insulted or being called intellectuals by those who could talk, or those who could make noise, or those who have the microphones. Every revolution has its thinkers. Karl Marx is one of the greatest philosophers of all times. Communism that China is practicing today, and communism everywhere, took its moment from the writings of Karl Marx. Okay? Any bird that flies requires two wings. You need the wing of brains and brawn. If you go for brawn alone, you will end up like Okonkwo. You will commit suicide. You'll kill yourself. And that's what these guys are doing. If you have intellect alone without action, you will go nowhere. You will be in a state of inertia. Okay? So we need both in equal measure. Okay? And that's what is failing in this kind of agitation. They don't have anybody who is advising them on strategic goals, what we need to attain. If you want to gain your own state, it's not impossible, but you need the right support from the right quarters. Do you have it? No. Buying two AK-47s and sending kids to the bushes to confront an army that is known for brutality is the greatest recipe for disaster. That's what I've been calling. I've been saying all this while. You don't effect a revolution that way. You don't gain independence that way. It's not going to happen. In this Nigeria, it's not going to happen. They could kill Ndibo, they could kill our youth and for 100 years. Nobody's going to give you independence that way. Who are you talking to? As the Biafran war was going on, Mokedi and co, we are going for peace talks in Kampala, in Aburi, in so many other places. You need to keep talking with those who you feel are your enemies. If you close down all doors and then come internally to slaughter your own people in the name of fighting to freedom, then you must be crazy. I'm done with this.
All right. Thank you so much. We have some of our people here. I still reserve the right to ask questions. But let me go to James. James, because we are, we're going to take a break in another 10 minutes so that our guests will get a drink of water and then we'll come back. James, go ahead. Just your
Dr. Ogbunwezeh, all right is being revoked by Trump, so you don't get it right.
All right, Mr. James, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your name.
Dr. Franklyne.
Dr. Franklyne, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
I will not ask you any question. I just want to buttress a point you made about South Africa. You are correct. There are people sponsoring xenophobic attacks in the country. What is causing the problem, the root cause of the problem is this. During the war of apartheid, majority of the South African activists today, Cyril Ramaphosa, Jacob Zuma, what's this man, Steve Chiwete, and you name them, they were all in exile, including Thabo Mbeki. While they were in exile, they were living like kings. They got money from Nigeria, Guinea, frontline states. These monies were actually virtually unaccounted for. At the end of apartheid, they returned home. That free money they used to enjoy was no longer forthcoming. People like Jacob Zuma in particular descended heavily on the state treasury. There was massive corruption cases going on in the republic. Now, it got to a point, Thabo Mbeki set up a commission, I think 2000 and something, I can't remember, the commission sat at Blue Fountain to examine if Bulala Luka was an apartheid spy or not, but the root cause is corruption. Anyway, to cut a very long story short, the people of South Africa during apartheid were cut off from the rest of Africa. They were not getting Radio Nigeria, Radio Kenya, whatever it is. They were living in a world of their own. It was a prison. When apartheid ended and we got there, they were embarrassed. They were asking, where were you while we were fighting apartheid? They never knew the effort of Nigeria, Ghana, Guinea, and other frontline states. So they saw us as nuisance. They are not xenophobic, because even during apartheid, Zimbabweans have been going there. Lesotho, there's the Sutus, they be going there. The Swatis, they be going there. So they were used to what their neighboring African, nationals. But when Nigerians, Ugandans, Ghanaians, Senegalese started pouring in, they said, no, you people are ingrates. You are parasites. You want to reap in a place you did not sow. So people like Jacob Zuma had confidence in the Indians more than Africans.
Yeah.
His financial advisor was Shabi Sheikh. He was charged with corruption cases and he was in prison. Jacob Zuma later pardoned him when he became president. Mbeki was not happy, but he was caught between the devil and the, what's it called?
Lucy.
He really don't know either to chastise Jacob Zuma. He was a bit confused. He got to a point, he asked him to quit his cabinet. Jacob Zuma left the cabinet and eventually fought his way back. On returning, he went back to the same Indians. What's his name? The Gupta family. To fleece the state was broke because of the actions of Jacob Zuma alone. So they had no option than to tell him, brother, enough is enough. Back up and clear out of the party. That's how he went to form his own party. So I agree with you entirely. They are not xenophobic by nature. There are people sponsoring what is going on. And one of these people I mean, some of these people belong to an organization they call Operation Dudula. Operation Dudula. Because actually, the South African government has done quite a lot for the people of South Africa. Medical services are virtually free. Housing, they keep on building what they call RODP, low-cost houses for native South Africans on a very colossal scale. But the issue is that the tentacles of corruption Jacob Zuma and his clique put in place is excruciatingly, is ruinous. Let me put it that way. That is the root cause of the South African problem. They should know that Rome was not built in fact, Johannesburg was not built in a day. It's just a question of time. It might not be in our lifetime. They will surely enter the promised land in style. That is how I see the problem of South Africa.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. That was great education from you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the preparation you made before meeting us. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Mr. James. Let's take another one from KJ. Please, KJ, well, you're a big boss. I can't tell you to just ask a question, but go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Prof, thank you so much. I really have taken a lot of lessons from the rendezvous that you're giving us around the world. So even for those who are not following current affairs, listening to you, they will have been able to be, they will have had enough information that will last them almost in 6 months' time. And I like how you've gone. A lot of information you've put across for us, and I really appreciate it. And the last time you came, I told you that when I grow up, I'll be like you. The only part that I will not take is the part of the fact that you think that Jesus is, a figment of someone's imagination. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Okay.
No, Jesus. Actually, there was a historical figure called Jesus. Mm-hmm. But those guys that wrote the Gospels never even met him. Actually, that's just what you need to know. There was a historical figure. Every scriptural New Testament authority has been able to confirm that there was a historical figure called Jesus, but those that wrote about him never even met him at all.
Yeah.
So
yes. That's what the Bible says. They never met. Anyway, the other part also I have quarrel with you is the part of the IPOB, or in this case, the autopilot, as they call themselves. I followed the Mazi Simon Ekpa's court case proceeding and all that, and it may interest you to know that one of the things that the court relied on is to say that they got their information for which they use in passing their judgment from the Nigerian security. And if that be the case, I have my doubts that those are correct, because you and I know how those things are, how those informations come about. I also know that we have had Odinkalo here, and for the little work that we did while we were in Nigeria, we realized that majority of those things that we hear in the news are not exactly how it is, especially when it has to do with the Southeast. I know that there are many players, much more than the government would like to agree, that are playing in the Southeast. Because even after the arrest of Simon Ekpa, the things are still going on. Things are still going on. They may not be as much as they were, but the reason that is because the money that was thrown in by the Buhari administration is no longer there. The current man is not ready to release that kind of money to anybody. And so nobody is financing those guys. And eventually, once the money ran out, they also have to leave. But if you follow what's his name? Even last week there was a broadcast by Asari Dakubo where he was saying, why are they using the helicopter to fly around his house? He's warning them he's going to shoot it down, because he has been fighting alongside with them in Imo State. These are videos I can, if you want me, I can put it across. Okay, he has been fighting alongside the army in Imo, and so why are they trying to do this? They are coming. Why are they surrounding his house? He had that broadcast, so that is also there. So what I'm saying, in essence, I'm just trying to lay out this. Maybe you didn't have that information, but here is also where I'm going. You are the intellectual. We are, including Dr. Rudolph. Okay, So at the end of the war, we all have been seeing this interaction between the Nigerian state and the Igbos. I'm speaking specifically about the Igbos.
Mm-hmm.
And our intellectuals, people, Timber and Caliber, Iroko and Coconut Tree, they have been playing along the axis of governance, have never been able to bring any of those policies that are inimical to the Igbo development to bear. They don't even discuss it. Before we got to this point, remember that Nnamdi Kanu had a meeting with the 5 Igbo governors and said, these are my grievances. And it wasn't only for the East. He started from Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, and then eventually came to the East and said, if you can get these things done, we will have no agitation. But when they left that meeting, the Igbo state, the Eastern governors never even went there. Instead, what they did was they turned around and proscribed IPOB. You see, people don't know that it was the Eastern governor that first declared IPOB as an illegal organization before the Nigerian government took over. So I'm just saying that as somebody who followed this development. And I also think that Nnamdi Kanu, from all intents and purposes, can be called an intellectual, because if you listen to him, you may not like his use of word, but he gives you a blow-to-blow account of what the world is all about, whether it's geopolitics or the politics in Nigeria. So I will say that the reason why this came about is because you guys, and I say you guys because I like you so much, you have a wealth of experience. If you wanted to, you can equally be the lead in this case. You guys left it. And so younger men like Nnamdi Kanu and this other, I don't want to use the wrong word for him, but I'm not saying he has the power. In fact, if you followed my discussion as a small, roadside journalist, I said this guy called Simon Ekpa don't have the capacity to lead the Igbos into this battle. But because, again, like I said, they were lacking. We lack the personality, the leadership at that echelon. That's where you are. We didn't have those. And the same thing, if you go back, and sorry, I'm taking a bit of time. If you go back to the Biafran law, the Biafran war, you also find out that at a particular time, some of the major people who have been able to turn the tide around also withdrew from the Biafran side. You are playing, to the gallery. Wherever they find themselves, they say, Nnamdi Azikiwe today is saying he's there, then tomorrow he's saying he's there. So nobody can actually place them in a particular spot. And at the end of the day, we are where we are now. And nobody is telling us, is it going to get better tomorrow? I have 4 of my cousins. They all made 240 in JAM. They never got to be placed in university till tomorrow. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. That is not going to trend tomorrow. It's not going to change next year. In fact, it's getting worse because now the places where Igbos write JAM and all these exams, all of them just get mass failure. The last time they said, oh, but it's not only the East. But if you notice, the part of Lagos that had the same issue where a majority of the Igbos live. And so what are we going to do? Are we going to fold our hands and then pass this to our children? Because our father said these things, we saw them fighting the same thing. Now we are now seeing it. We are fighting it, and we're going to pass it to our children. Is that how we should go about it? Maybe you give us a roadmap of how we should go about it. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Yeah, I love such exhaustive and stimulating ideas and debates. We can go to and fro. I have a different view. That does not mean that your views are not legitimate. I have a different view. My views are, you can fight for whatever you believe to be the right thing. But once you cross the Rubicon of spilling the blood of those you claim to be fighting for, you have legitimized every authority you have to fight for those people. That's my only problem. Self-determination is an issue rooted in international law, and it started with, the United Nations adopted it during the colonization process. Every people has a right to self-determination. Is the law. But what does experience show? This right is not absolute. It has always measured its boundaries with the interests of the state. That's what we see in Quebec, in Canada. The Quebecois have been trying to secede from Canada to no avail till today. They didn't bear arms to that effect. They have been going for a referendum every other year. That's the same in Scotland. They have not borne arms to kill Scottish people because they want to secede from England. That's the same from Catalonia in Spain. Okay? Texas and the former Confederate states in America are always talking about confederation, going their own way. So my whole problem started when somebody made a broadcast that is going to bury Ikonso with 2,000 human heads. And that was when I said, this has gone beyond agitation for political issues. This is a personality cult, and this is bound to fail. Even if you have such intentions, you don't make such a broadcast. You know, this is primitive atavism when somebody starts feeling that he's like a god. That's what happens. And then you listen, and then the broadcast started degenerating. Now I will tell you about a guy in Haiti. His name is Papa Doc. People never knew that guy became crazy at a certain point in time. And he was ruling Haiti. And he was murdering people left, right, and center. And that was what I was seeing percolating into this so-called Biafran agitation. How could you tell your own people that they should sit down on a Monday, that if anybody that is seen when men are on the street should be killed? Iboya, you know, this were the recurrent theme in these broadcasts. And then it didn't jar anybody in the ears to say, hey, whoa, listen, these are the people you claim to be fighting for. So they should now get freedom from the Nigerian government and hand it over to you. So you become their new colonial master. That was when my disagreement with this group started. Fighting for the Igbo cause. There are many ways to skin a monkey. One of them is taking control of government. Okay? If you elect your members, IPOB at the height of Nnamdi Kanu's popularity was commanding 500,000 young men across southeastern Nigeria. If he calls them out, they will come out. There was a rally where they were all holding Biafran flags. This is a potent political force that could be used for anything you want. Ask them to vote. Throw out Okorocha from Imo House of Assembly. Throw out all these councillors from the councillor level to the state of House of Assembly level. Forget the governorship. You have hijacked the state. You can do whatever. The state will become a potty in your hands. You can do whatever you want with it. You will be giving commands, and the governors will not even do anything against it. That was what we advised. That was the blueprint for taking over anything you want. Look at Trump. Trump waited. He knew that there was dissatisfaction in the American population. What did he do? He went the political way. He believed that Obama insulted him at a press dinner in Washington. Obama made so much fun of him that Trump swore, I'm going to take this power from you. And he did. How did he do it? He started saying those things. People were listening to Nnamdi Kanu and Sam Ekpa. He started saying those things that people like to hear, and they voted for him. Now he is implementing his policies. The Democrats, I'm a liberal. We cannot do anything about it. He's arresting people and sending them to Venezuela, or killing Venezuelans, arresting people, sending them to El Salvador or to Uganda very soon. His policies. And then everybody, you see those who hated him. Everybody's coming to lick his ass. The NATO Secretary General was calling Trump daddy the other day in Europe here. A thinker who have seen that strategy matters more than screaming. Because once you start screaming, your enemies know what you have up your sleeve. And then you are threatening your own people, the people you're supposed to be defending. That's no more agitation for me. That is a naked and primitive will to power. Go and read Bertrand Russell. He made it very clear. And I am afraid of such. And this is the major reason why we should be very, very careful of those we claim to hate. Because this issue started with the Fulanis are our problem. And I have always said the Fulanis are not our problems. The problems was sown before Nigeria was created. And this problem was sown because these guys that are teleguiding us never want Nigeria to be a united country. Because if Nigeria is united, we will be really the giant of Africa. Nigerians are among the most brilliant set of people you could see anywhere in the world. It's not a boast, it's the fact. So can you imagine the natural resource in this huge land meeting the kind of intelligence that Nigerians are endowed with? Biafra, for 3 solid years, they were refining petroleum in the bushes. They were maintaining an airport that was under heavy bombardment. They were making soap. Technology, they invented it themselves. Can you imagine what would have happened if these people came to power or if the state has been functional? So they have been afraid of it. Chinwizu told me interesting things while I was discussing with him. So, and then we are now trying to digest each other in Nigeria. And then they are keeping us busy, whereas foreigners are coming and stealing our resources and going. Go to any airport on any given day. Planes flying to Nigeria are filled with white people. What do you think they are coming to Nigeria to do? Although we are poor. If there is nothing to be found there, what are they going there to do? Every day from all major Western airports, we have abandoned our patrimony to foreigners because we are busy fighting silly things that have no meaning. And they are taking away our resources and enriching themselves. So the politicians you think that we have, we don't have any politician. These guys are imperial auxiliaries. They are warrant chiefs. That's why they don't care about any of us. The resources they see, they just take it and then send their kids abroad or bang it. Ibori was convicted in London. For what? Money laundering. Tell me any Nigerian politician that has his kids in Nigerian schools. So there are ways, there are correct ways. If you are fighting for a people, fight for a people. Don't kill the people you're fighting for. That's all I am saying. And that's where these guys lost me. You don't kill and destroy properties in Igbo land and then tell me you're fighting for Igbos. No, you're not fighting for Igbos. You're killing them. That's what it is. And there is no way I will ever support such an agitation. It's not going to happen. Agitations, like I said, are built on brains and brawn. You consult widely. How do we go about this? You could be making noise or speaking on the radio, but never. Your brother is sacred. Do you know why Okonkwo had to go to exile? In Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. He shot a kinsman. And he was, the Igbo punishment for that is to exile you for 7 years. Okonkwo had to go into exile. Because the land has been desecrated. But these guys are spilling Igbo blood every day. And you are telling me that they are fighting for our freedom. You can't kill me to free me. That's all I am saying. It's no longer an agitation. The elements that have hijacked it, and they are doing all of us ill. What do we gain from the sit at home on Mondays every day? We are losing man hours. These are hours that Chinese are putting into work and trying to capture the tomorrow. We are wasting it. Our children don't go to school. Exams are canceled. People that are going to hospital, pregnant women cannot even deliver on a Monday. We are fighting for what? Killing ourselves, fighting our faces in the name of agitation. And people will find it okay. I'm not comfortable with it. I can't live in such a society. I will scream. I know I'll be one of the first casualties of such a situation because I will never keep quiet. So what do we gain from that? We have not gained anything. The only thing we have gained is to attract the Nigerian military presence into Southeast, and they have converted our land into the war front. And then people that are they have always loved spilling Igbo blood, and now they are spilling it to their heart's content because we invited them with our form of agitation. There are ways to get what you want from any government. Take over that government, not in a coup. Through that process, through the ballot box, you guys have the numbers. Use these numbers. Use your head. Use the numbers you have. Overwhelm the southeastern states. Push your members into the House of Assembly. Let them make policies. And that's where you will see that we govern in prose, in poetry, but we rule in prose. This is where you will see that ruling and governing people is very difficult. And then that's when you will see that those guys you think are members of IPOB, that they love their own pockets as well. You vote them in, they will start making deals for their own pockets and forget everything about this agitation. That's always the case. History has taught us that. So, my brother, I agree with what you're saying. Odin Kalu led a panel that did an investigation into the activities of these unknown gunmen and all whatnot in Southeast Nigeria. They submitted the report to the governor of Anambra State. I've not seen the white paper. I wonder what Soludo is waiting for to get out the white paper. I know it's not. That's the point. If we open the door, people will come into our home and take a shit on our sitting rooms. And that's what is happening. IPOB opened that door. And then people are taking a shit, and then it's been hijacked by every other undesirable element. And that's why we have to tell ourselves the home truth. And that's the way our salvation will ever begin. We caused this problem, and we will start solving it ourselves by knowing what the truths of the facts are. What are the facts? We have to call these boys and calm them down. Killing your brothers is not going to bring you Biafra. It's going to destroy the manpower you will need to build that society. They're your allies, not your enemies. You don't force people to sit at home. You're denying them of their fundamental freedom of movement. So these are the grounds upon which the Finnish court convicted Simon Ekpa together with what they call aggravated tax fraud. So we have to be very, very careful on what we tell our people to go and do. We can get what we want. Like I made a suggestion. I headlined Peter Obi's visit to Germany when he came here. In the line of that discussion, I told people, now listen, if you look around Bayern, Bayern in Germany, Bayern is the industrial base of Germany after the Ruhr Valley at the end of the Second World War. Okay, Germany is one of the richest states in Germany. Bavaria, they call it. I was thinking, can we convert southeastern states to the Bavaria of Nigeria? How can we do it? It's very simple. Let us first of all create access, open up the southeast, good roads connecting every major town in Igbo land, rail lines. The governors can do it with the money they steal every month. They're called security votes. If you approach a Chinese company and say, go to Ethiopia, the Ethiopians said, no, build us a small rail line that will connect the whole of Southeast. You can be in Aba in the morning. I always tell people, as a student in Germany, Germany had an infrastructure, and this infrastructure leads to integration. If you don't have an infrastructure in a country where a student living in Lagos or in Enugu can go to Aba tomorrow to chase girls and come back at night to study, then you have not even started. You can never unite a country. Look at a lot of people met their lovers and their wives on the trains in Germany. Okay, people, it integrates. If you open up a country, listen, Nnamdi Azikiwe was wise. The motto of his newspaper, the West African Pilot, is shine the light and the people will find their way. If you open up Igbo land, the governors can come together, build us rail lines. Do you know the kind of jobs that will create? The people that will be selling Okpa along the rail lines will multiply. Okpa will become a delicacy. We will transform Okpa into some people that will be selling ice water. It will create a lot of allied jobs. People will be taking, along the routes. That was what happened when the colonial masters opened up Albany. Albany was a city that was built from the scratch by the colonial masters because a rail line stopped there. So if we are able to do that, Aba, Enugu, Umuahia, all the major, let's start with the major capitals. Build a rail line that connects them in a circle. In Berlin has something they call a ring. You could be in any part of Berlin, and the trains keep running every hour. You open up a society with that. Our people will create jobs for themselves. Our people are creative. All these agitations will die down. And what people forget is that individuals cannot invest enough to push a state out of poverty. It's governments that do that. That's what China is doing. The Chinese government is investing massively. The American government did that too. All these technologies you are seeing today, the internet and all the rest of them, were government-funded programs of the military that eventually profited the private sector. It's the government. You guys should read the book, The Entrepreneurial State by Mascato or something. I have forgotten his name. That's a great book to read. You see that governments are necessary. If Southeast government could finance massive development, all these agitations will die down. Our own universities will be able to absorb our people. It's not only people going to the universities or passing jump, and then after studying, they will come to Europe and then start becoming nurses and all whatnot. We should equally learn what the Germans are doing, the dual education system. People who cannot study can go to Igbo boy, Soludo should stop insulting people who didn't study. Studying is not the be all and end all. People who could do their jobs with their hands better than every other person. Like Ralph Waldo Emerson said, if you build a better mousetrap than your neighbor, the world will make a beaten path to your door to patronize you. So that's what we should start doing. Tinker in Enugu forges products. So if we are able to connect these two industrial production centers, and Abada makes shoe, and then Onisha, that is a market, this agitation about Biafra and the Igbos being marginalized in Nigeria will just disappear because we'll have enough purchasing power to buy the whole of Nigeria if we want. But we are not thinking along such that we are thinking about only making noise and then shooting people and thinking that will lead us to economic or uhuru or salvation. It will not. Thinking will lead us to wherever we want to go.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Franklyne. I wanted to take Chim before we go on a break, but this one lasted for long. I think we take a break. When we come back, we get everybody else. It will be quick. It won't be 4 minutes, so about 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Eddie Kwanzaa, bio bio. Eddie Kwanzaa, bio bio. I am adure lele, adure lele. Idu kwa samaka onyoma odika powder. Idu kwa samupu onyoma odika fomu. Idu kwa samishi onyoma odika pilu. Oh lo 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 lo, aturu bwebule wakamwa iwariwo. Ice. Rosa Olerio, Rosanna Olerio, Rosanna Olerio adikadimba. Adure Oleri, Adure Olerio, Adure, Aturu bwebule wakamwa iwariwo. Adure, adure lele, adure, adure lele. Idu kwa samaka onyoma odika powder. Idu kwa samupu onyoma odika fomu. Idu kwa samishi onyoma odika pilu. Oh lo 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 lo, aturu bwebule wakamwa iwariwo.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. If only I can see myself.
Yeah, check your camera, your backstage button.
What happened? Can you guys see me?
Your backstage button.
Doctor, just pay me, I'll help you.
I don't know what's going on with my technology here. All right. Thank you, everybody. I think I can see myself. KJ, can you help me if you're at the other end and you can? I don't know why.
Okay.
Doctor, you're so old school, you're analog.
All right. Okay, we're back. Thank you so much. Dr. Franklyne, thank you for a wonderful evening with our people. And I want to bring in Chim now as the next person to comment or question. Chim.
Hi, Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Ogbunwezeh, I didn't know you like Tokpa. So,
Of course, yes.
okay, I'm quite interested. So, in the midst of everything you've spoken about, I just want to talk about, I think, 2-3 things. Predominantly, I want to focus on the South African question and xenophobia. But I will just love to say that I share your views when it comes to the agitation in the South, especially when the guy that's just been incarcerated in Finland stepped into it. I think his methods were pretty crude and very insensitive. And I often am surprised with people like KJ, my brother, who have a bit of a soft spot for him. And I wonder if they can't see some of the things you just mentioned or alluded to.
No, Jim, don't bring me in. I'm a journalist. I look at the facts, and I don't have any sympathy for anybody. But
okay, KJ, can you just let me?
Just keep me out of it, okay? I beg you.
Okay, I mentioned
I appreciate it, Prof. And I think if I was in Germany, I'll be coming to his house every evening because there's so much to learn from him. But I mean, we still are different people. That's the truth. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure I mentioned you with love. I wasn't mentioning you as an attack. So, but the point I want to make is I do not see how rational it is for anyone to say you're fighting for a group of people and then you're decimating them economically, taking their life and pretty much making them to live in fear. Yeah. Because I thought the essence of leadership was love and to help people, accomplish their objectives, not to do the kind of things I personally think, which you also alluded to, reading the Animal Farm, where somebody says all animals are equal, or some are more equal than others. So, and that's pretty much what Simon Ekpa was projecting, if anybody couldn't see it. Because those kinds of people, by the time you actually bring them on top political leadership, they inflict more harm than the supposed good they claim to be pursuing. So, without a shadow of doubt, I agree with you on that. The only difference that I will add to is that I do not think he was doing that thing in isolation. I think there were state actors, federal, state, involved behind the scene, pushing those narratives. Anybody can call it a conspiracy, but I'm very strong on those views that there were people funding those things, and some of them are in political offices in Nigeria as we speak. When it comes to the other one, is just a comment because I would like you to educate me more later on, maybe not now, because I thought Peter, who met Jesus Christ face to face, wrote a book. I thought John, who met Jesus Christ face to face, wrote a book. But I'm hearing for the first time that many of the people who wrote those books did not meet him. So that's new to me. But that's not the core of my contribution. Now, let me just go straight into the apartheid and South Africa issue. I have been privileged to work with these people, and I don't know if it's correct to say, but I am not necessarily known for my political correctness, so I'm just going to say it as it comes to my heart. I don't think the average South African Black post, or is it pre-1994, is well informed and educated. I've met a lot of them by virtue of working for South African companies, because these people who fight, struggle, and tell us about xenophobia, many of them worked in Nigeria for MTN. They work for MultiChoice. These are South African companies. So I don't see how a Nigeria who does not have a border with South Africa, but was termed a frontline state during that struggle to dismantle apartheid, we invested our resources. The only South African politician, not even Mandela, the closest Mandela came to was visiting Nigeria to say thank you. Outside of that, the only South African politician of modern time that accurately knows that history and says it's a history that's been lost is Julius Malema. He's the only one who came and has mentioned everything we did for that country. When I say people think I'm just talking, go and read it up. Nigeria spent our petrodollar on South Africa. Pouring money to South Africa, pouring money to South Africa. And people don't seem to know it. So here's my point. Rather than blame the unseen hands of imperialism as responsible for the xenophobia, I would rather blame the Black ANC and South African politicians the likes of Thabo Mbeki. Thabo Mbeki actually did more damage to the Black solidarity, if you ask me, than any other Nigerian South African politician, because he's the one person who came and couldn't tell South Africans the history of why they should accommodate their fellow Blacks. He was present when the first xenophobic tendencies began to spread, and he's known to have defended it. He's known to have stood defended it without even trying to educate his people to say, listen, these people you're fighting against or pursuing, they have played a great role in our lives. And perhaps if there are any criminal tendencies among them, let's tackle those ones. But let's not use the same brush to cover everyone. They have not been enough telling their people the role other African nations play, but they are quick to talk about the role Cuba played in South Africa. I've listened to South Africans and they will tell me how Cuba helped them. And I said, okay, Cuba helped you. No other Black African nation helped you. And they're looking at me like, what are you talking about? Which means they don't know. So history is what you take from one generation and pass to the next one. I think even the Mandela did not, even the ANC, as a matter of fact, haven't done enough justice to educate the Black South Africans on the role other Black nations played in the putting down of apartheid. So that's my view. Rather than trying to, I'm not saying there are no unseen imperial hands behind the scene because of the resources in that country, because they don't want other African nations and African nationals to, get involved in the economic prosperity of that country. I'm not saying that, but what I'm just alluding to is the fact that I think lots of the South African politicians haven't properly documented the roles that nations like Nigeria played. So that is why, like I said, the average Black South African, sorry to say this, is very ignorant. Sitting with them, they're limited in their level. I'm sorry, I just have to say the way it is. They're not as exposed and, globally informed as most Nigerians would be. Even the most idiotic Nigerian you think has a little knowledge of how the world runs. Most of the South Africans, they don't. And it's a fact. If you relate with them, you'll find that they are very limited in their understanding. So that's just where I wanted to chime in to say, okay, rather than, because I always see us blaming imperialists. I'm not saying we can't.
Thank you very much. You raised a very serious point. This is an angle I have not actually considered, really. Thank you for the information you generously availed all of us. That many South Africans are not as, I'm just looking for a better word, are not well acquainted with the sacrifices of countries like Nigeria. It's as a result of apartheid as well. Okay, you have to know this is a society that was caged in by the apartheid government. They were caged in. They were, secluded from human society, so to say. So they were very busy fighting for their lives, fighting for their struggle. So, but these are the kinds of after effects that you notice in such societies. Is a part of the trauma that South Africans have to are undergoing. So it's a part of the trauma of apartheid. Their education is not complete about history, and there is equally the history of the same thing could be said of the Biafran War. Many people who came after Biafra don't actually know the history of Biafra, because during the war there was a lot of propaganda. Even the major actors refused to write their memoirs. Ojukwu didn't write anything. Okay, and that leads equally. Plays into the hands of the Nigerian government that doesn't want history to be taught in our schools. So, because if the major actors, if somebody like Nzogu has written a memoir to state why he planned a coup, or those who inspired him to, or those who financed that operation, or if somebody like Ojukwu has written his own view, Churchill sat down and wrote his memoir about the Second World War and won the Nobel Prize for that, I guess. Okay, but our people, we this putting something down for prosperity, for posterity, that we don't make the same mistakes that our forefathers made, has been quite a mission impossible for many of us. So, but you could read snippets from people like Uwechui and all the people. If you go into, you happen by accident across some of these facts on the classified documents of the British government, you see why they supported Nigeria. It's about oil. It was very clearly written. So the South Africans are not, many of them are not educated about the role that Nigeria played in their liberation, could be thanks to the traumas of apartheid. But thank you for that. Another issue is that I don't believe that a people, people are trained to hate. People are educated to hate. If you see two kids born today, two children, go to a playground, you see two children from different backgrounds playing together. But they are socialized to hate. They are socialized to see the difference in the other person. And then once it is weaponized, then the society goes to hell. And that's what is happening in South Africa at the moment. But it's really a shame that South African politicians are letting that happen. So that's all I can say to that. Let's move on. But thank you. I really appreciate the information. They are very, very, very educated.
All right. Thank you so much, Chim. Thank you, Dr. Franklyne. Let me just tell anybody coming up now, because we're looking at time. And if we go on this way, we have about 9 people waiting. That means we are going to spend another 3 hours. So we can afford that. So I will say, just make your question, make it short, 2 minutes, so that he can respond in another 2 minutes. So we can get to everybody, because people get tired and everything. Thank you so much. Ovie, you're next.
The power that dictator Damage has to change the rules in the middle of stream also empower us to break the rules. And the earlier the both parties understand that, we will both move forward progressively. Sasha, tweet that out. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. And I say for me, I look forward to this day today for 2 obvious reasons. One, to compare my conspiracy theories, not for the point of argument, but to think if what I've been putting together is right. And so far, I would say I'm not disappointed. So I appreciate your time, your insights, and your perspective. And the other part is the continuation of the conversation we started the last time you were here. The last time you were here, you alluded to the fact that Trump is leading America the same path Gorbachev did with the Soviet Union, to which I disagreed. And I said that to understand the current Trump administration, you need to understand the 5th and the 25th presidency of America, which is James Moron of in early 1800, and that of William McKinley, Mr. Tariff. So, and today you refuse to say much about China, which I brought to your attention then, about the revolution that is going on in terms of the electronic transfer and all that, which you agree with. But today you took the side of what Chimamanda described as the danger of a one-sided story. You spend much time analyzing what is going on in China. So I thought, which I agree with you, except you did not include the fact that the progress of the Chinese economy really took off when Americans, capitalists, or the West started investing in China, and the American consumers started buying from China, which is still going on. We don't know what is going to happen when that stops. But that, by the way, to understand again, to another perspective of what is actually going on in the presidency today, because you see, maintain that stand that America is going down the drain. America is an invented nation. What that means is that,
like many nations.
No, the difference here is that America is in a position to reinvent themselves over and over again. And I put it that to you that for the past 250 years, they undergo institutional change. This is the 4th time. After every year, they undergo institutional change. Started with the coming together of the Union, getting their independence. The second one was led to the Civil War, which empowered the federal government over the colonies, which projected America to lead to the 3rd phase, which led eventually culminated to the Second World War. But what is going on today is the 4th change that is happening under Trump. And one can argue started with Obama. To some extent, you alluded to how Obama bailed his friends, as like those in Wall Street, which is one aspect of the change that is taking place. Because what happened then was to take the power from the warehouse capitalists and all that, take it to the financial section, which is again in line with singularity movement. I don't know if you are following the aspect of what is going on. Dr. Lamiji, please, please. Then, so what is happening now is to empower the presidency. They are preparing for cyber war that is coming. They're to empower the president. It's very telling and obvious during this Trump administration how he's getting away with even the Fed, immigration, and everything. So that is what the change, that the effect of the immediate change that is going on is bringing upon. But it's the socio-economical change is when you alluded to that the American society is undergoing through, I mean, you put it in a way that is going to affect their labor. But what you are not understanding is that there is the underneath all that, there is a debate about what is cultural, what is how do culture live together? Because the last 80 years was pretty much the perfection of nationality. Nationality, how do we create a nation that consists of different nationalities? But this time around is how do we have a nation that is comprised of what? Culture, the LGBT and the other. That is undergoing, that is underneath the chaos that the America is going through. It might lead to civil war, what you don't know. And I'm saying that to say that America is going through what George Friedman called the storm before the calm. You alluded to the 20s, which is where McKinley came with his tariff, Trump tariff. He sent America to deep depression of the 20s. But what followed after then? They rose beyond that, went to set a world war, and they win. So they are undergoing through a storm right now. But at the end of it is what Trump called the golden age. It might come in this decade, but if it doesn't come, definitely it's going to happen in the next decade. So it is not over for the West yet or for the American yet. So there's more to it than just say China's are doing well. I have acknowledged that fact, but there's a reason.
I agree with you. I agree with you to a certain extent. You know, one thing about the Americans, they have this ability to tell themselves stories, and the myth you make about yourself is actually have this uncanny way of becoming reality. But the point is that these were exactly the same stories that Rome was telling itself as it was decaying. Okay, Roman senators were still arguing, we are Rome. Okay, nothing else. The Greeks before Rome. Every empire comes to this point. Every student of history will see that very clearly. About America being an invented nation, almost every nation is an invented, it's an imagined community. Almost every nation was invented. Germany was invented under Charles, Karl the Grocer. Okay, so, and who invented Germany? It was the Romans. So many nations are invented, real pieces of real estate. So that America was invented, and they're now telling them, now listen, what pushed America out of the Great Depression was not any policy of any presidency. It was the Second World War. Okay? The Second World War killed many and fired up American production. America became a world power after the Second World War because every other major European power has spent itself into bankruptcy and is now indebted to the United States. Okay, so that's what it is. And America, the war has been good for the American economy. Without wars, forget what you're talking about, the financial. America will eat its own dollars. America is able to lend to everybody. Everybody borrows from America. America borrows from people, but America is never going to pay its debts back because its debt is in its own currency. But America doesn't have the industrial power that it used to have after the Second World War. This industrial power has moved to China. American capitalists, you're right, invested in China. They moved most of their industries to China because they wanted cheap labor. Europeans followed suit. So China is enjoying premium industrialization for the price of nothing. And they have now outpaced those that sold them the technologies. What we do in the West is usually, to underrate the progress. That's what empires do. Underrate the progress of other peoples. Rome was great until a band of ruffians from the Germanic tribes defeated the 6th Roman Legion in Germany in the Teutoburger Forest, and that was the start. So America, I wouldn't think, if I am any American policymaker, I wouldn't want America to go to war this time. We don't have the industrial base for that. And it's going to be, they're not going to win. But after that, it's going to be almost every country is going to be a wreck of its former self. And then I don't know if humanity survives that. But I think peace is great for everybody. With business, we could snap back American power, but the world has gone multipolar. So the genie is out of the bottle. You can never put China in the bottle anymore. China has outgrown that. And the BRICS countries are coming. And Russia has learned the tough way that the West is not to be trusted. So they are now relying heavily on military power to reindustrialize. Look at what the Russians are producing in terms of weapons and artillery and hypersonic missiles. Russia tested a plane a few days ago that was built with only made in Russian products. Because of America's uncanny ability to impose sanctions on everybody, the Iranians couldn't even buy spare parts for the Boeing planes they bought from the United States. So Russia is afraid of that happening to them. The Chinese are building their own planes at the moment. So the world is multipolar. I'm not saying that America will not disappear overnight. Rome took 400 years to collapse. So if managers of the American empire, if they don't take time, they may have started a process. It may not happen in my lifetime, but they have started a process that would lead to America becoming like ancient Rome. So it has to take the right policies. What Trump is doing is actually trying to antagonize people that could have been American allies. Look at India. Look at China. These two countries have close to 4 billion people. And you antagonizing, how many are you? And I don't believe in a situation, in a world where a country that is 5% of the world is consuming 25% of the world's resources, and every other person is going to bed hungry. I don't see it that way. That's why I support multipolarity. Other countries should rise. Okay? It should not be one man to be the head of it. No. Other countries should rise. Equal partners for human progress. It's the more the merrier. That's the way I see it.
I will push back in your next visit. But I appreciate
next visit. Thank you, Ovie. Welcome to
but you said intellectual class. Don't know why when I don't like us the poor and the Igbo smokers. That took me in a way. I don't understand. You said I don't know why. You're intellectual. You should.
All right, Ovie, we have to go.
I am not an intellectual. I'm just Franklyne. That's I'm
with my name. Femi, welcome to the show.
Right. I've already forgotten what I want to ask, but I'll still ask anyway. Doctor, welcome again. First, I want to talk with you, please. Even if it's not your number, I would somehow have to get your email address. Dr. Damages refuses to release it, so I don't know what personal issues he has with me. That's on one hand.
Okay.
Earlier, midnight.
Please, Rudy,
yes, sir.
Please give him my number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Allowed. Yeah.
Thank you. Overnight, I was watching Tucker Carlson interview this guy. I'd never heard of him before, Scott Houghton.
Scott Houghton? Right. You never heard of him?
Yeah.
Give me a second. Just give me. Give me a second. I have to stand up. Give me a second.
Okay. All right.
Femi, I don't think I have your number here, so send me your number and then I will.
Okay, I'll send it to you on the number that you sent to me. I already have your number.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So
you see what, of course, now.
You have to get this book, Scott Houghton.
It's part of the reason why I need to talk to you.
You have to read. You have to read this book. Anybody that has not read that doesn't know anything about what is happening in the Ukraine and with Russia and the United States. Anyway, okay, good.
And he led me to part of what he was discussing with Tucker. It led me to Dr. Ray Casagrande. I've never heard of him.
I know Casagrande. Yeah, I know him very well.
And I was like, oh my God, there's only 24 hours a day. There's other things I want to do, but we live in interesting times. And in the last couple of years, I've taken my time to start re-educating myself, because if there's anything, I'm one of those that have been fooled by the like of VOA back in the days in Nigeria and all that. And thank God, if there's one thing I would applaud Trump for, it is defunding VOA. I mean, not like Trump, but there's some things he's doing, whether intentional or unintentionally, or being pushed by certain people that he listens to. Because, Trump happens to be someone that typically we like to make jest of as being someone that does things on impulse based on the last person he spoke to. That's a one hand. You said a lot. And like Doctor always likes to allude to, he always tries his best to, in the background, kind of subtly in some cases, to try to see how it compares with what's happening at home in Nigeria. Because whether one likes it or not, whatever happens in the entire stratosphere or whatever has its bearings in what happens even in our local communities, whether in Ife or wherever. Now, part of what you said, which I want to speak to, is you saw what happened recently when the Armenian and Azerbaijani presidents came to the US, and then they signed that accord. And then I'm like, okay, you know, in America, we like to say something, follow the money. And then I'm like, okay, all of a sudden, we're hearing about this bridge or something that's being built. And I'm like, okay, let's dig deeper. So I listen to people that know better about America, the likes of yourself, even Americans that have no affiliations with the likes of Richard Wolff and co. With whether you're a Republican, they just tell you the way it is and how America is already fast tracking through even Trump, if you will, the end of the empire. After all, the other time someone was trying to miseducate me here and telling me that the Roman Empire is still alive, but that's another story. My question to you is this: with all of the things that we're seeing back and forth, because by the time we finish, you'd have heard another story that just happened, with what's seeming to be the fascism that we begin to experience here in America versus the likes of what's happening in the Middle East, and all of a sudden the Britain, Germany, Australia suddenly realize okay, it is genocide only because of what they're facing, if they're facing in their countries. Where do you see the world by the end of December, especially again when you suppose it with what's happening between Ukraine and Russia?
My brother, I'm not a clairvoyant. I can't see tomorrow. I am my abilities are so very limited in that regard. I don't know. The issues are, the world, we're in a very fast era. The social media, the internet has actually democratized access to information. And what is happening at the furthest end of the world will be on your desk in the next second. Okay, somebody is being killed in Australia. You see it on your telephone the next second. What is happening is there's a new realignment. The old order is no longer sufficient to sustain the global impulses that is being released by American mistakes, Western mistakes that is being clearly shown in what is happening in the Ukraine and in Gaza. So due to that, many countries, anyway, Henry Kissinger said it, to be America's enemy is dangerous and to be America's friend is fatal. Okay, so people who have had serious dealings with the United States have come away with the feeling that they cannot trust Washington across many governments, many administrations, not only Trump. This has been the feelings of those who have actually had dealings with the United States government. I'll give you an instance. In the late 70s, from 1979 to 1988, what occupied the news was the Iran-Iraq war. The United States instigated Saddam to fight against Iran, but went behind them. Reagan was selling weapons to the Iranians and using the money to fund the Contras in Nicaragua. And they were caught, Oliver North and co. And then there was this famous hearing on the Capitol Hill, the Iran Gate scandal. So Saddam knew then that his cookies have been eaten. So that day, George Bush came later to kill him and hang him was just, he knew as early as that. So the guy that is asking you to fight this guy is supplying weapons to the same guy and asking you guys to kill each other, So anybody look at Haiti. Clinton did President Aristides in, sent a private jet and told him, get into this plane and then fly to Central Africa. You are no longer the president. That was the priest president of Haiti. So people, and then his advisor said, do you know why there is never a coup in Washington? Because there is no American embassy in Washington. So, which is to say that any country that has an American embassy could have a coup any day. And that has been, American declassified documents show you that. So if you start from Chile in 1973, September 11th, 1973, when the CIA empowered Pinochet to kill Salvador Allende in a coup, Argentina, America has conducted over 74 change of governments across the world since 1945. So today, at the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989 till 1991, the Russians have always been saying, you are not going to extend NATO to our borders. And the West agreed. And they reneged on that promise. And they are now telling the Russians what the Russians consider as bullshit. And now Putin, it came to a head. That's the essence of this book. Okay? So it came to a head, and Putin said, Ukraine is my red line. You tried it with Georgia. I taught Saakashvili a lesson. But you're not trying it with Ukraine. This is a red line for me. Biden was calling Putin that Putin is a war criminal or whatnot. Putin just kept quiet. He wasn't making too much noise, and then sent his army to roll into Ukraine in a special, what he called special military operation. And that was when they realized that we really have to fight those guys, because for the Russians, it was an existential threat. Obama said in 2012 that the United States doesn't have any interests in Ukraine. He refused to go the way of the new Kant. He said, we don't have any interests there. Russia has interests there. We don't. We live 5,000 kilometers away. So now Russia has realized that we are eventually going to fight the United States to make these guys realize that our red lines are our red lines. So Russia prepared for war. And what happened? The Biden administration was sending weapons, the best of American weapons, to Ukraine. The British government was sending weapons and intelligence. The CIA is in operation in the Ukraine. The Germans, every Western power supported NATO incursions in Ukraine. And what happened? That's what they don't tell you in the news now. The Russian army has decimated Ukrainian army. Ukraine doesn't have an army anymore. So this meeting, the West, you have to know, the West doesn't negotiate when they are winning. If America could get away with it, it would have dropped a nuclear bomb on Russia, but they cannot get away with it. That's just the major reason. A country that had the guts to drop a nuclear bomb on Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, would do it elsewhere. They don't negotiate. They beat you to submission. So when you see the United States or the Europeans negotiating, they have been beaten. So the Russians have actually fought them to a standstill in Ukraine, and the Russians have won, actually. Listen to any analyst, anybody living here, European politicians will tell you that in secret. The Russians have won this war. And what the Trump meeting Putin in Anchorage is just, Trump is reading them the surrender documents. This is my conditions for peace. You either get this guy to accept it, or we decapitate Kiev. That's what is happening. Just today or yesterday, Russia mounted one of the heaviest bombardments of Kiev. It's not that war is something to be to praise or to be happy about. I'm not happy about it. Men and women and children are being killed every day on both sides. But the Russians are saying, their view is that the United States will not allow China to station a military base in Mexico or Canada, which is true because we saw that in history. Kennedy never allowed Khrushchev to station missiles in Cuba, although it was the Americans that stationed the missile in Turkey. But Kennedy, being a wise president, opened the back channel to Khrushchev, and they made a deal. He told Khrushchev, okay, let us save each other's faces. I am going to withdraw American trident missiles from Turkey, and then you withdraw from Cuba. Khrushchev said, okay, that's what we wanted. But Kennedy made a plea and said, please, don't say anything about it, because if you go public with this, I will deny it. So let's keep Americans believing that we won. But I find that a mistake, because if the Americans have known that the United States is powerful but has never won a war since 1945, Americans will be reticent in the way they use their military. America has never won a war since 1945, any major war since 1945. Is it Vietnam? America ran out of Saigon in 1975. Is it Afghanistan? We saw under Biden, people were falling off planes because the America had to withdraw. Is it Iraq? Obama withdrew from Iraq. Where? So, but war profits the American economy because the military industrial complex are the guys that make the big bucks. Okay? It's a banker's war. If you read Smedley Butler, the guy that the United Fruit Company, Allen Dulles and his brother's company used to wreck the banana republic of Latin America. He said that he was a hooligan for the banks. They were sending him as a thug. The American general said that the American military are talks just for capital. So that's what it is. So it is now it's no longer an ideological battle between communism and capitalism, because capitalism as such has not done. I told Rudolph during our discussion, the miracle that a kind of controlled economy being practiced by the Chinese has wrought. Capitalism has never done that. These guys brought 700 million people out of poverty in 30 years. Okay? So if they tell us about democracy, now what we want, democracy on an empty stomach is nothing. People want to have their welfare taken care of. They want to feed their families 3 times a day. They want to send their children to school. They want a good environment provided for their self-actualization. That's what the Chinese government has been able to do. But we call them communists. But they are giving better lives to their people. I think we should learn that model in Africa on how to give our people a better life, even though we don't go to vote anything. The Chinese don't vote. The Communist Party sits down and votes the leader. But these guys have been able to provide China, make China the leading economy in the world today. What is the magic? That's the question. So America now doesn't like what China is doing. They don't like the fact that China is progressing. So America wants to be the top dog. But other top dogs are rising. China, Russia, that never went away. And they are creating their own alliance. So the United States doesn't want that. So, and eventually there's going to be a seismic collision between these two powers if cooler heads do not prevail. And then that's when it's going to be dangerous for all of us. That's the way I'm saying it. That's my analysis and prognosis for the future.
All right. Thank you so much, Femi. Thank you, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. Let's get in Mazi Obhara. Again, I will appeal for shorter question or comments so that we can get everybody. Our guest, he's been here for 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Doctor Franklyne, guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Ja,
ich hoffe, es geht dir gut.
Kannst du mich hören?
Ja, ich kann dich sehr gut hören, ja.
Okay.
Isn't that the busy? Okay. So isn't Batak Brothers is it Stone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Otzi, I know you don't hear German, so that you are confused.
Doktor,
in Deutschland gelebt.
Ich wohne in Ostwestfalen.
Und
okay.
lebe seit 2000 in Großbritannien. So.
The Germans are over everywhere.
Yeah.
All right.
Otzi, bitte ein bisschen Geduld, bitte.
Sie haben alles hier erobert.
Ja. Ein bisschen Geduld, Mr. Oti.
Okay, alles klar.
Okay. Dr. Franklyne, please, you said that Igbo leaders should come together and build railway across Igbo states. I believe here in Germany, we have Bundesbahn. The federal government construct the railway, then the states can buy the wagons and put on there. So it is left for Nigerian government, Federal Republic of Nigeria, to construct that railway across Igbo land, the same way they're doing in Yoruba land and across and in the northern Nigeria. They should do the same thing in Igbo land so that we can encourage our governors to buy the wagons and place on the railway. Because here in Germany, it's called Federal
Bundesbahn. Yeah.
Bundesbahn.
Mm-hmm.
It is federal ban. So many times people come and blame Igbo leaders on not connecting Igbo land with railway. That is false. It's not their responsibility at all. It is not. Okay. Secondly, you spoke up, about a genocide in Palestine, which is very horrible I mean, it's condemnable. But what sometimes we look at this, our Black people, they don't speak about the genocide going on in Africa. You have, I mean, I'm not you, but I have listened to a lot of Black intellectuals, mostly from sub-Saharan Africa. They do not speak this loudly, like the way they speak against, the genocide in Palestine, and that is really very annoying. Finally, or secondly, Igbo intellectuals, I think they abdicated from their responsibilities after the Civil War.
Okay.
That is because where there's power vacuum, there will be all this kind of agitations. Mm-hmm. I believe that after the Civil War, they did not speak. They did not speak for us. They just went their ways. Everybody just went their separate ways and left Alibo, empty. That's why after many years, you have Wazirike, you have Nnamdi Kanu, you have Simon Ekpa. And now that these people are caged, please, sir, what are Igbo intellectuals doing in making sure that Alibo is restored with dignity and respect? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
And finally, sorry, Armenia genocide, 100 years after Armenia, it was their intellectuals, their Armenia in diaspora started talking about it. That's why the Western world are now recognizing Armenia genocide after 100 and something years. So please, why? Because I believe that Biafra was a genocide. Yeah. And those people who committed this genocide are still walking around. Nobody is asking them questions.
Okay.
But we are here.
I have captured the core of your questions.
Yeah.
And I thank you very much. Ich muss mich bei dir bedanken.
Ja, bitte schön.
Deine Fragen sind sehr, sehr, sehr ausführlich.
Entschuldigung, wo wohnen Sie nochmal?
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, ich wohne in Ostwestfalen.
Alles klar. Wir reden nochmal später, okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. So I captured the core of your questions. First of all, you are right. In Germany, it's the federal government that builds this major, like I said, it's government. Entrepreneurial state shows us that government has to do massive investments. But I am saying in a case where we feel that we are marginalized, why can't the Igbos come together and say, okay, let us open our space? They don't want to build for us. Let us build a better one. Okay, it's just a suggestion, a white paper that a position paper that we could write and say, every Igbo man living anywhere in the world should contribute €5 a month. Let us do it for 2 years, and then let us use it to invest and build our own railway. Since the government doesn't want to do it for us, since they are marginalizing us at this level, let us do our own thing. There is this Igbo adage that says, let us do it for ourselves. So that's just the suggestion along these lines. If the Igbo governors could come together and say, okay, Amechi was just equivocating. They built standard gauge rail lines for the north and for the rest of the country, but they built a substandard. They envisioned a substandard gauge for the southeastern corridor. If you saw David Udeni did the documentary on that, okay, and then you start wondering where were our representatives when this was being done, and nobody stood up to question that. So if this is the way that the Nigerian government thinks, which is stupid to say the least, because if you do that, you have closed off a very fecund area of the country from contributing to the national integration, transporting their goods and services to the markets. Okay, but because we have short-sighted and people in government, that's what you get. So if they couldn't do it, why can't we do it for ourselves? This is just my suggestion to the Southeast governors and to the Igbos. This is a form of agitation. Okay, they have raised this case in traditional Igbo land during the colonial times. The Igbo communities come together and see a brilliant child and say, Jeno Chitanya, we are going to send you abroad, go to school and be our eyes there. Chinua Achebe wrote it in Arrow of God. Ezulu called his son Oduchi and said, go to the white man, Learn their ways because they're for you to survive, but keep our ways, for our ways are true. So this is what we should tell ourselves. Igbo communities send people abroad to go and study and become doctors and all whatnot. M.I. Opara was a very great example of that. And he came back and he developed the Southeast. There's this African adage that says a child that is denied the warmth of his community will grow up and burn it down. But what happens to a child that is given the warmth of his community? He will come back and develop his community. So if we can do that for ourselves, we are showing the way, and other Nigerians could kiss our behinds. But we have done something for ourselves, and our people should find jobs for themselves if we do that. That's the suggestion. The second point, Africans that are intellectuals are not talking about. We are talking enough about the genocide in Congo. Congo has lost over 5 million people since the genocide started, and all these are being financed by foreign and external actors who are interested in the resources of Congo, in the coltan, and then they are financing this problem using the Rwandese government, and then they are fighting around Goma and Bukuru axis and murdering Congolese people. Congo is since Leopold II has been, a spot for colonizers. Leopold murdered 10 million Congolese during his time, the King of Belgium. And the Belgians were involved in the murder of Patrice Lumumba. Okay, and they returned just a tooth of a man they dissolved in acid, a guy that said we want Africa to be for Africans and developed. So since then, Congo has never known peace. They installed a stooge. The Americans installed a stooge, Mobutu Sese Seko, who raped that country down. Congo is one of the richest countries in the world in terms of natural resources. But where is Congo today? So Congo is a spot for foreign imperial powers. Now, coltan, which is powering our electronic technology today, is being got in large quantities from Congo, and they are never going to let that country rest until they have slaughtered people or taken away every resource they can take away. So we are speaking out at the relevant quarters, and enough about that genocide. We are speaking out equally against the genocide in Sudan. External powers as well, using the UAE, financing the rapid forces against the Sudanese government, murdering Africans. So we speak out relevant. So because Gaza is in the news, because what is happening in Gaza is one of the greatest evil of all times. Children and women. 80% of the people in Gaza are women and children. And people go and drop bombs there and try to justify it. That's why it seems like we are talking more about it. We are human beings. I said it. Anybody who is not pained about what is happening in Gaza, that person is a moral imbecile. And with moral imbecility, I cannot argue. So there is nothing, and there is no comparison of whether, because we are not talking about, because people are not talking enough about this, they shouldn't talk about that. No. That is a false equivalence. That's why I say it. About Igbo intellectuals abandoning the Igbo struggle after the war. I agree with you. There you're 100% correct. But there is a reason why it happened. After the war, the Igbos inherited a trauma of a defeated people. Nobody, that's where I am angry with the Nigerian government. Gowon came and said, no victor, no vanquished. But there was nothing done in terms of actions and policies to redress the pain and trauma of these people that were faced with a genocide, because Biafra was a genocide. What did they do? One of the key killers of Biafran women and children, Murtala Mohammed, that slaughtered men and women and children in Asaba, had his head gracing our 20 naira notes so that we will be seeing him whenever we are transacting business. So there was nothing done to propitiate the ghost of Biafra. That's why this agitation is rising. It will keep rising until something is done to redress the pain that Biafra caused and the reasons why it started in the first place. I don't blame the people agitating. What I'm blaming them is you cannot go and kill your own people in the name of agitation. They count me out. Nobody is satisfied with Nigeria. The Yorubas are not even satisfied. You could see Sunday Igboho agitating. The Northerners now are being ravaged by bandits and Boko Haram and every other terrorist group. Nobody. The Niger Delta people, their land is an ecological wasteland. Nigeria has exploited resources from the Niger Delta, but Nigeria has not deemed it fit to clean up the ecological disaster they inflicted on these people. So nobody is satisfied. Why should we then, in the name of agitation, go and kill the people we are supposed to salvage? This is where they lost me. That's what I'm saying. So thank you for your views. They are very, very correct. But we are speaking, and we are speaking out enough. But the point is, those people who are destroying our world, they don't listen to people like us. They keep doing what they are doing, but we will keep talking. If they don't go on holiday in destroying our world, we'll not go on holiday from calling them out.
All right. Thank you. No, we can't go. No, Mazi, thank you so much.
No, I want to say a very good night because I'm logging out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks. We still have a few more people. I'm not letting anybody in again so that our guests, I know we can stay here till tomorrow. So we are going to go to Wale. Wale, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, the damages. And Dr. Franklyne, thank you for all the intellectuals that you really educate us and with all your brilliant ideas. The only problem I have is, honestly, I have heard everything you said. I would rather listen to you than question some of the things. I think you've provided answer to some of my questions anyway. The only problem I have is, look at how many people listen to you today. Maybe it's something that we call human psychology. Why we never make use of everything we've heard if we cannot read just like you? But why is it difficult for us to find someone like you who can lead us into, okay, change our mindset, do it the right way? But no, we will be part of those who are siphoning or embezzling Nigerian money. We will be the one to help them to hide their money or to buy property or to do all sort of things. If they come abroad and we're not helping them to hide their money, what would they do with it? Because they know for them to launder the money into this country, they need somebody who is here who can help them to one way or the other. And who are these people? They're among us. We know them. We know who they are, but we turn a blind eye when we see the evil. And then we are expecting the country to be great. It's not going to happen until we all change our mindset, until we put people like you who really have human, what will I call it? Benefit in their mindset, not the ones that will siphon all the billions, go to the World Bank to borrow all sort of money for their own selfish mission. Like you said, their kids are not in Nigeria. They don't receive any medical treatment in Nigeria. But we are the doctors that will treat them when they come here. We are the nurses. We are the ones that will help them from the airport. We are the drivers. Are we actually telling them the truth? So we are as culpable as those who are siphoning the money or ruining the country until we all change our mindset. And every evil person is within us, either in our family, friends, or uncles, or somewhere. So everything you've said, they're brilliant. But what lesson do we take from it? What do we do? Tomorrow, we're still going to continue the same, Dr. Franklyne has said his own. So that is why the country never moved forward. I really appreciate all the work you're doing. We hear, we could listen to you, but what lesson do we take from it? You mentioned China. Look at how they transformed their country. So do we see anything from that? We've traveled abroad. We've seen good roads. We've seen electricity. We've seen development. In different departments we work. What lesson do we learn from it?
Okay, thank you so much.
So, thank you for all you do. I wouldn't want to waste much time. Dr. Rudolph, I'll say something before I go. Stop being partial. When people speak for 10, 20 minutes, you never stop them. But when it comes to, the O's being sitting here for hours, then you want to cut it short. I'm challenging you. You'll hear from my lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I do appreciate what you said. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we're going to OT. OT, you are next. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes. Good evening, Franklyne.
Thank you, my brother.
Right. Actually, the questions I have, if somehow answered them, but let me just kind of recall this. theme of self-determination, because that is the topic for discussion. I believe in self-determination, and I guess you do, and most people would go for it. You accept that is a good thing, but equally, I don't think that self-determination translates necessarily into nation statehood. Okay, so now of course the Nigeria situation, I have my views about that, so because if we're talking about, it's about Igbo Ndi, really our position situation in Nigeria. That's when we talk about self-determination. That's really what we're talking about. So now those of us that are in the diaspora, because this is really if like the thrust of my question, I just want to ask you: are you directly involved in any Igbo community association in Germany where you live?
Sure.
You are. Okay.
Yeah.
I live in the UK here. So can't we, as Igbos in the diaspora, kind of come together, work towards affecting a change in Nigeria, in our homeland? And of course, this issue of self-determination, we can really deal with it much more effectively and with understanding, not because so that we can actually bring real freedom to the gospel, gospel of freedom to our people, as opposed to what other persons have tried. So is there a reason why we cannot do that? Really, because we belong to various associations, cultural, but our efforts could actually go beyond the cultural interests, and be more political and agitation. That's a good thing. You can't avoid it. So why can't we do that? And finally, when Charles, the child that lives in Germany, was asking about maybe what the intellectuals are doing or can do. Let me kind of add this to that. Is because now, for example, the situation after the war, reparation for Ndibo, for the loss and pains, is there a reason why that can't be an issue, a topic for agitation, for a campaign by the Igbos?
Okay. Okay. I got the core of your question. Thank you. Let me start from the last issue you raised, reparation.
Yeah.
During the Oputa panel, Ndibo raised that issue in the paper written by former Information Minister Uche Chukwumerije. Okay. He presented it before the Oputa panel. Ndibo were asking for more than 4 trillion naira as reparation for the Biafran War. If you read the report of the Oputa panel, it is in there. And they made, the people that wrote that thing, I doff my hat for them. They wrote an excellent case for reparation.
Okay.
But as you know, Obasanjo, promulgated the Oputa panel, not as something that he would implement at the end of it. It's just to keep Nigerians talking. Okay, after what Abacha did and all whatnot, to show the international community that he was able to do something about justice and reconciliation. So it has been an issue. The Igbo intellectuals have actually been talking about it. The last time I went to Nigeria, my professor at the university, Professor Obiorike, then sent me to Igbo Who's meeting at the hotel.
Is the Reverend Father, if I'm right?
Yeah, he's a prophet. Yeah, he taught me in Frankfurt here. So he sent me there, and I sat down to listen to them. So you can see that a lot of Igbo bright, brilliant minds are talking about reparation. But what is the possibility of gaining a reparation from a country that is actually bankrupt? What many people don't know is that Nigeria doesn't get any revenue anymore. Our oil proceeds was mortgaged to pay debts that Buhari contracted before leaving office. Okay, so you could see the new president jumping from pillar to post, borrowing money. We are actually broke. Nigeria doesn't have any money. We are trying to meet.
And the country can accept that debt, so it doesn't matter. Can be paid anytime.
Once Moody degrades your credit worthiness, the price of accessing capital in the world market becomes very burdensome for even a country. Okay, so that's what Nigeria is facing at the moment. And then you could see a country like Nigeria going to borrow $32 million from Japan. $32 million or $200 million. What is that? That Dangote, you cannot borrow from. If you Nigerians live in Nigeria, can give you that money. But Nigerian government goes with a begging ball to government to borrow. Okay, so what is the possible feasibility of getting reparation from Nigerian government? And if you get reparation, what do the Niger Delta people get? Okay, they will equally agitate for reparation. Okay, so every other part of Nigeria has something that they have to have.
War reparation, that is different.
Yeah,
you know, it's quite
war
distinct.
reparation, but war reparation is but you have to know, they will tell you, they have arguments in there, but it's a good idea, but we're never gonna get reparations. So they even, okay, while Abiola was alive, he was championing reparation for African Americans. So nobody's going to ever to listen to you when you talk reparations, because you're going into the core of the economic interests of those who are holding power in a particular society at this time. And they're not ever gonna, power is taken, is never given. They're not going to give you that power. So the issues are: one, try to acquire power on a scale that once you are able to sit down on a negotiating table, what you bring to the table will tilt. This is a table in your favor. And how do you do that? By making sure that you establish a very fertile economic corridor out of the Southeast. And you make Southeast a very rich area. And you make sure that your manpower are trained, and then they have the industrial base to project power. So when you come to the table and say, we need reparations, and then you have the wherewithal to enforce it. So that's what we tell, that's what reason and rationality recommends. But if you go and talk about without any power standing behind you, you don't have any power that you've generated yourself, nobody's going to take you seriously. It's just a talk shop. So as for Igbo intellectuals coming together, it's not intellectuals that actually move societies. Intellectuals are there to theorize. What intellectuals owe their societies are to think for them. That's what intellectuals are there to do, to think. Okay, they are not artisans, so to say, that are going to hammer the nails into the policies that they are thinking out about. Intellectuals owe their societies thinking. So that's what they are there for. Every part of the human society has something to contribute. So intellectuals contribute their thinking, their theories, and their vision for a good society. That's what Karl Marx did. Karl Marx never was a president or a politician or anything. He sat down, wrote his Communist Manifesto. This is the vision I see. Poor people are being exploited to death in a capitalist society. Let us try communism. Okay, every major thinker, that's what they avail their societies. So many intellectuals are not very good in implementing policies. You have to know that. See what Soludo is doing in Anambra State. Okay. Sorry that I'm mentioning him before Rudolph kicks me out.
No. I have no interest in either way. Okay, so we have 3 more people. Do you want to take a break, or do you want to take them?
No, let's go on, because after that I have to jump into bed. I have to go to the office tomorrow.
All right. Forefathers, you're next.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. And special greetings to Professor Ogbunwezeh. Thank you for coming in. I truly appreciate the last point you made about acquiring power and wealth in the Southeast. Because if they did that, they probably wouldn't even care about reparation, because that would be chicken change then, and they would just go and ask it to be given. Anybody that wants reparation, often people that give you reparation because you're already worthy. That's why they are giving it to you, otherwise they wouldn't. So my question is about, you mentioned something about China becoming prosperous after, Americans invested in them. But China went through hell to achieve what they did. And I fear that a lot of people say somehow Americans just came and bailed them out. The Japanese put them through hell, and they fought, and they united themselves, and they forged very, very strong bonds among themselves. And they went on. After that, America was trying to bomb them with nuclear weapons. Can you imagine America? They just bombed Japan, trying to bomb you, and the leaders had a heart of stone to still carry on. I ask myself, are people ready for that kind of pressure? Because as a race, we sometimes forget that we are one. And that challenge, we have to face it one way or the other. And the question is about how do our people get to a point where they have enough steel to do what is required for us to get out of this existential threat that we face? Because without the ability to withstand threats that are coming to you from any angle or any of your peers, it's a matter of time. You just have to come once, doesn't it? Then your people will find themselves in a round box. So how do we get ourselves out of this state? Because the Indians have, the Chinese have, other groups have, but we still remain in this state whereby our leaders just want to preserve their government in office. So that's my question. How do we get ourselves? Because it's about unity, isn't it?
All right.
But most of these people most of these people were forged in fire. But do you have any other method, or maybe there is something you can suggest that will get us to a place whereby we've got that amount of steel to withstand the pressure it takes to get us out of this existential threat situation?
Thank you for this.
Thank you, my brother. I don't have all the answers. I have to be honest with you. I don't have all the answers. I don't even know what we can do to make sure that we withstand the pressures that are bound to come. The pressures have always been there. Okay. First of all, you have to know, we as the Black people, our humanity has been questioned more than the humanity of every other part of the human race in history. We were sold as slaves, first by the Arabs, trans-Saharan slave trade, then by the Europeans, transatlantic. Okay. The racisms that are being heaped upon us, even till the thresholds of this moment, have not ceased. Our humanity have been questioned everywhere. As a Black man, you have to prove yourself 20 times over. Okay? And this is what happens when you are a conquered people. The first question I used to ask myself is that, are we really free? We are not. Colonialism came, devastated our land, got people at our peripheries, crowned them chiefs. And these people are now agents of the new colonial agents. Many of them are still ruling our countries. Our education is colonial still. Our curriculum is colonial. What do they teach us in schools? After the Biafran War, even the Nigerian government made sure that chemical engineering will never be taught at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. They don't have that department till date. Ask yourself why. So, are we taught to produce anything? We are taught to blow grammar, speak good grammar. That's what clerks do. It's important to learn the language. But how do we apply sciences? Okay, IMT Enugu was established in that regard. ASOTech, Anambra State University of Science and Technology, which metamorphosed into Esut and then Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka. We are all established with that in view. You could say that the Second Republic politicians, like the classes of Sam Mbakwe in Imo and Jim Mwobodo in Enugu, these guys had vision. Okay, they wanted to change something after the Civil War. Okay, but subsequently, the people that came after them don't know what vision is at all. We are still practicing colonial curriculum till today. We are teaching our people how to go to grammar school, then speak English and pass. And then there was an attempt to introduce 433 system, 6334 system in Nigeria to emphasize on technology, but it has no basis. Okay, so we have not even thought about the kind of education we give our kids. What do we teach our kids? From morning till night, every Nigerian has heard about God being the answer. Jesus is the answer to the problem. They don't tell Jesus is the answer. They don't tell you what the question is. We go to church, which is good. Religion is good. But that's the only thing that has formed the bedrock of our epistemology in Nigeria is religion. The Chinese are not doing that. The Chinese have their Buddhism, but they apply work to their lives. And then the Japanese did that before them. The Americans are doing that. Protestant ethic, religion, led Europe to the Industrial Revolution. But what has our own religion taught us? We have carried religion on our heads and forgotten how to work, hard work. We are people that now believe in miracles, cargo cult mentality. So we really need to change our education in a radical manner. for us to start talking about tomorrow. Listen, tomorrow has been captured by the Chinese, by the Europeans, and all that. We are just runners up. Okay, so we have to start. We have to a reorientation, a radical reorientation is necessary. Our education, that's where it starts. Starts with the kids we are producing across the diaspora. What do we teach them? Okay, so education is where we need to start to withstand everything. Education makes a man difficult and unfit to be a slave. If we are well educated.
The problem we are having now is that the older ones are educating the young ones to be very, very divisive. Just yesterday, right. I was watching an elder. A young girl was crying because the elder was spewing out so much hate against fellow Nigerians. This young girl came to speak to her, and she was begging her to stop. And we saw what Abike Dabiri did this week. So how do we stop this type of stuff? Because last week I said Nigeria needs a hate speech law to control, because there has to be cohesion, at least. You see what I mean? So, but we don't have anything to glue us together to at least have a discourse that is more civil.
All right. The issue is that those people who are peddling this kind of internal xenophobia, they are all just doing it for political gains. They are moral. They are moral weather vanes. Many of them they don't have any ethics at all. Okay, watch what Wike spews out. Okay, or watch what all these politicians or Bayo Ananuga that has been making genocidal statements. So they are all just doing it, thanks to where the political wind is blowing. Those guys, I don't take them as anything, but the major damage they are doing is that they are infecting their foot soldiers on the streets of Alaba or every other place with the same virulence to go against their fellow human beings, which is, that's where the danger lies. But our education will make somebody at unfit to listen to those idiots up there who are spewing hate. That's why if somebody comes to tell me that Fulani is my problem, I'll tell you, who told you that? Fulani is an ethnic group that starts from the Futajalon Highlands in Guinea, spreads across West Africa. How is a whole group my problem? I need to ask you questions. That's what education does. Education gives you a critical mindset to interrogate everything that is presented before you. And that's what we require. We require this critical mindset to interrogate what Nigeria is offering us, what the world is offering us. And that's what forms a resistance. If you cannot accept it, then you resist and find ways of resisting, brilliant ways and intelligent ways of resisting. Because if you resist like an idiot, you will be eliminated. But if you resist like an intelligent man, you can leave. Obi Erika took people to Okonkwo's homestead and said, you stand in the household of a coward and point to the homestead of a hero. Because the hero is dead. A hero without a brain dies. There is an Igbo adage that says, Ike kachienti onamu. Igbos say that.
All right. We're rounding up. Ike, you are next. We'll take too long.
God bless you, my brother Franklin, for trying to educate us today in so many ways. I think you have gone 90 degrees centigrade, everything. And I want to thank my brother Chim for what he said. I'm more concerned about the issue of the xenophobia in South Africa. But there was a comment, there was an idea Chim made, is where I want to come in. If it is true, and it seems to me personally that it's true, and my question should be, if the Black South Africans did not know the sacrifices that Nigeria paid for their independence, for freedom, and Nigerians are suffering, are being treated like animals in South Africa, where does that blame goes to? The government of the South Africa? Or the illegitimate government we have in Nigeria? Because we have a Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we have somebody, the lady that my brother forefather just mentioned now, Abike Dabiri, who they gave, I don't know what they gave her, of the diaspora, or whatever they call it, who said that Igbos are monkeys and chimpanzees are gorillas, right? So I am trying to lean on what Chim said. But my question to you is,
whose fault is it if these people, that every Nigerian man and woman dropped 10 kobo into making sure that people in South Africa got their freedom? But today we are not regarded. They talk about Cuba, like what you said. That's what I hear where I live. When you speak to some of them, they tell you about what Cuba people did for them. They don't talk about what Nigeria has done for them. So my question is, is it the fault of the government in Nigeria who has abandoned their, who has abandoned their people everywhere? Or is it the fault of the South African government that should be able to recognize what Nigeria has done for them, to educate their people that these people you are treating like animals, they are the reason why that you have your freedom?
All right, thank you, Ike. We have to run.
My brother, thank you very much for your brilliant question. Actually, I don't know where we have to place this blame. I don't like coming from the position of blaming anybody. Circumstances. Okay, governments come and go. After Mandela, Thabo Mbeki took over. After Mbeki, then we had Jacob Zuma. And now, the man in power, Cyril. Like Chim said, most of these guys were out of the country during apartheid because they were being trained for, the struggle across the world. Cuba played a role. The Palestinians played a role. Nigeria and the frontline states played a role. Okay, that the South Africans of today may have forgotten. But even if they have forgotten, they should not be treating human beings like less human beings, blacks at that. Okay, you can forget history, but being human is something that is not non-negotiable. You don't treat human beings like non-human beings. It's you don't even need knowledge for that. Okay. There was this great anthropologist, one of the pioneer anthropologists. Her name was Margaret Mead. Mead was asked why she was studying Polynesian societies in the South China Seas, in the Southern Seas. And she was asked, how do you realize when studying these ancient societies, when you have met a civilization? You know what she replied? She said, a civilization is when I see a bone, a thigh bone, human thigh, a thigh bone that healed. That's for me is civilization. So in the archaeological record, when they see a bone of the human thigh that was broken and was healed, because that means that somebody stood back to wait for this person to heal. Because every other animal that breaks the hip bones is eaten, by other animals. Nobody sits back to wait. So civilization is human empathy. Civilization is society. Civilization is when you stand to do something for the other, irrespective of where the person comes from. So anybody who is asking a Nigerian to stand up and leave a hospital is not civilized. Anybody who is trying to kill another person is not civilized. So that's the definition of civilization. So you don't even need to know what Nigeria did for South Africa for you to be a decent human person. That's what our South African brothers should understand. And our Nigerian brothers who are equally xenophobic, Igbo against Yoruba, Yoruba against Igbo, should equally understand that. You are not civilized if you are xenophobic. That's why racism is the height of ignorance, because the blood that flows in all of us is still red. For a white man and for a black man, that's the same. I think.
I know you're exhausted. Let me just quickly, quick question from Pulo and Ndovisi. That's it. Pulo,
okay, good.
Pulo, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Self-determination versus territorial integrity.
We're having difficulty hearing you. Can you speak up? Can you remove the earpiece?
Okay. Self-determination versus territorial integrity is a part of the of the country we want to separate from the mainland Nigeria. How do you do that? What are the criteria that you are supposed to follow before you actually get your own state in a civil way? We have seen it happen in Spain. The Catalans could not get it. The Scottish could not get it. But somehow it happened in South Sudan. I don't know how these things happen. And when it comes to local politics in Nigeria, it's like the politics of blame. The Northerners blame Southerners and Easterners. The Easterners blame the North. The North. We just keep on playing this game, and the politicians thrive in chaos. I think that is what they want. If we are divided, we keep hating each other until every after 4 years they'll come and tell us things will change. Then we vote, then we regret, then we revote, and then we regret, and the cycle keeps on continuing. We, as it stands now, I don't know if there is someone, a visionary young guy that is passionate about making Nigeria great, that can
I am passionate about making Nigeria great.
All right, Polo, thank you. We have to end it here for you.
You are out of Nigeria.
All right.
I am not only passionate about I'm passionate about uplifting the black man. And I can see that until an African country marches into the first world, the black man will never have any respect anywhere. No matter how comfortable we live in our little spaces in Europe or in the diaspora. So if we have to fight for the upliftment of the black man, wherever we find him. My professor at the University of Frankfurt, Professor Obi Orike, will always say, I am here so that Africa will gain something. He used to say that in Igbo, Ka Africa jeti, and I learned it from him. Africa should gain something. Nnamdi Azikiwe established the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, and the motto of that university is to restore the dignity of man, the dignity of the human person, the dignity of the African that was battered by colonialism. That was the reason why he chose that motto. So we are still being battered, and we have ourselves. So that's why I find it too petty that Nigerians are fighting and bickering among themselves. You're right. Politicians thrive in chaos. It's ancient. It's divide et impera, divide and conquer. The Romans said it. That's the Latin name for it. Divide and conquer. Because they know that once we are divided, they can easily, manipulate and rule us the way they want. But they rule not for the interest of a particular. This cabal that is holding Nigeria to a ransom, they know each other. They intermarry. They go to each other's parties. Forget what they say on the television. If you go to their parties, you will see them. They know each other. They eat from the same table. So that's the major problem. Self-determination and territorial integrity. Self-determination has always found its limitations in territorial integrity of a state. It's everywhere, not only in Nigeria. So there's no lay-down principles. The actual lay-down principle about self is a referendum. Okay, that's what United Nations recognizes. Even at a referendum, if a state refuses to recognize it, you cannot fight it out. If you go to war, if you win, then good. If you don't win, you still remain where you are. So that's what secession has always been. In Spain, the Catalonians tried it. They didn't succeed. Some of their leaders had to go into exile in Europe, in Brussels, and so on. Scotland has been trying it for a long while. The Confederate States in America have always been talking about, succeeding. But they have not even succeeded. So Biafra was a secession attempt on the cusps of a pogrom against the Igbo people. So territorial integrity and what is it called? Self-determination have always been at loggerheads. So, and there's an eternal problem. I don't know how that could be solved in the case of Nigeria, but that's what it is. So the earlier we stop listening to these guys who are trying to divide us, and then talk more about the things that unite us, the more human we will be, and the better it will be for our land. If you think that the every Chinese comes from the same tribe, it's not true. There are divisions within them, but they are pulling together in one direction and making their country greater than ever. We should learn that. There are lessons there for all of us.
All right. Finally, Ndubisi, you have the final question.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, for coming again.
Thank you.
Before I go, I would like to only have your number.
or email?
You can get hold of Rudolph. He has everything about me.
Okay, thank you. So I want to put my own question on concerning our judiciary. I've seen that part of the problem we are having in our country is because of the fact that we have a very weak judiciary. And since it is one of the three arms of government that is supposed to be one of the foundations of our democracy, they seem to be in the pockets of the executive arm. Some of the decisions they take obviously are aimed at further destroying the country's democracy. Look at the government, they declared the state of emergency in Rivers, and even when they talked about local government autonomy, states are not implementing it. And so many other things are going on. So I don't know what is your take about that, and what recommendations do you think things that can be done to help us have a solid judiciary, so that when the executive are running amok, they can call it to order when cases are brought before them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Well, the Nigerian case is a very complex thing, but very simple to solve. The days of judicial activists are gone. When we had people on the bench like Justice Chukwudi Oputa and all the rest of them, it's gone, and gone for good. The people we have today, many of them are mercenaries. Okay, sometimes I'm even ashamed to say that I belong to that profession. It's really crazy. NBA had the annual general meeting in Enugu about a week ago, and look at what the guys that they are projecting. Okay, and then these are the guys that should be at the forefront of trying to make sure that the judiciary is actually the third arm of government, where every law goes to be interpreted. But these guys are working hand in hand with the looters of our treasury. You can equally understand that, because the power of the purse rests in the executive. So we should create a system where the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature are paid from different accounts. None of them, each branch should be in charge of its own finances. If the money comes, it goes directly to their own account. So where the judges are being paid, appointed and paid by the government, whoever pays the piper dictates the tunes. So that's what is happening in Nigeria, and they have not. Yeah, that's why there was a time about 2-3 years ago, I wrote an article criticizing the Nigerian lawyers. Buhari went to open up the annual general meeting of the Nigerian Bar Association and was telling them that the state security is above the constitution, and the Nigerian lawyers were clapping for him. It is the constitution that gives the executive any power to, and he's talking about that in relation to him holding Nnamdi Kanu in detention. And the lawyers were clapping. I said, how could that article is online? Just Google my name and lawyers cheerleading Buhari. You will just find that article. Lawyers were standing up to give the president a standing ovation for destroying their vocation, their profession. So you threw away the constitution. So on which basis do lawyers work then? On which law? So Nigerian lawyers have Nigerian judiciary has been so very much compromised. Buhari could appoint a chief justice and remove him at will. Ononeyan, or what's his name, was removed by this guy. And then you saw the judiciary, the chief justice that went to London and was corrupted by Tinubu and cohorts before he could deliver a judgment. In a case, appoint a panel to try the election case between Peter Obi and the Tinubu. And we know all this. And then they think that people will take them seriously. The judges were, during these election trials, they refused to televise that court proceedings, but they televised the judgment. Just like INEC. INEC told us that there were glitches. INEC spent $300 billion telling us that they're going to publish the election results in real time. They published the Senate and House of Reps, but got to the presidency. They told us that there were glitches because they knew that Peter Obi won that election. So glitches so that they could do their wuru-wuru, and then they did it. And then during the election tribunal, they said, we are begging them televise this so that the people could see. This is a part of participatory democracy. They said no. But when it came to read the judgment, they just came, and the man reading the judgment, you see that judgment was written for him by somebody. That was not his judgment. even if a member of the panel of judges is reading the judgment that they authored, you will see them, you will see their body language will tell you that. That has been the Nigerian judiciary. They has always been working hand in hand with who were those that wrote the decrees that the military government used in pursuing journalists and all the rest of them? They were lawyers. So don't forget that. So these are the issues when you look at that about the evolution of our society in Nigeria. You have causes to shudder. You know, sometimes Nigeria, you will have the feeling that Nigeria requires a revolution to actually stand on its feet. But we will get there anyways. I'm not losing hope. I'm an Afro-optimist. We will get there. With forums like this that Rudolph provides all of us, getting to exchange ideas on issues that bother on our development, at least it will start, things will start germinating in our minds, and then eventually they will take root and then help us on our ways to making each sector of our lives where we find ourselves better for us and for for our fellow countrymen that are around us. So that's the way I see it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Franklyne. Any final thoughts before we say goodbye? And
I say thank you to all of you. I am so proud of the questions I got from the brilliant minds here this night. So thank you. I'm grateful.
All right. Thank you. This is 4 hours of your time. We really appreciate this. And hopefully you'll come back before next year. There are still people who are waiting, but I didn't want to bring people back on because you've done very well spending.
Next time we will.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Break. And then, just for those who are watching, we have the after show where people can have opportunity to analyze more what happened. But let's take a break and I'll say my final.
One of those Christian women that will bring kids into poverty.
Ebem jelu ekweje gwanu mi femgeme Omo abatanu gwanu mi femgeme Ejimgugwo ekwe mbadike ekwe mbadike ekwe anokwa mbeme ijelobia iwe bụ akpa ego ebia iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ iwe na-ebe akwa ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe mgbadike ekwe onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya Osukosu wampi nyabiko suboya selense.
Joining us today. I really appreciate all of you. A whole 4 hours with Dr. Franklyne, and before then we had Igwe Nick Obi of Novi joining us. I really appreciate all of you. Let me thank those that supported us by donating. Brick House Capital, thank you so much. Joseph Oji, thank you so much. Cynthia, I don't think we showed this here. Okay, Cynthia, thank you so much. Timajek, we appreciate you, all these ways that we keep this channel running. George, Blue Shell, thank you so much. Oscar Blackstone, thank you. And of course, Dr. Gomez, thank you. We appreciate all of you. And on behalf of all the people behind the scene who helped out, there was a time we had a very serious technical issue. People like show came on and helped to solve some of the problems we had at the beginning. I thank all of you. Those on the comment section, I read your comments. I remember one of them and it made me laugh. KJ, thank you so much for being here. Oti, thank you so much. Pulo, thank you for being here. I thank you. Forefathers, thank you. And Electrical, thank you. I'm sorry, I know you were coming in and out, but our guest was exhausted. I couldn't extend it any further to have you weigh in. WC, thank you. Chim, thank you so much. KJ, we have an after show which will happen, I think, almost immediately. He will come on and people can have further discussions on what happened today. Again, thank you all for being here. Those watching at home, I appreciate all of you. I wish I could extend it further, but thank you, everybody.